Good afternoon. I'm Doug Shipman, Atlanta City Council President, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council Monday, October 2nd at 1 p.m. I would like to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Council members Michael Bond, Matt Westmoreland.
Here.
Keisha Sean Waits, Jason Winston.
Here.
Amir Faroki.
Here.
Byron Amos. Here. Jason Dozier. Liliana Bakhtiari. Alex Wan. Howard Shook. Mary Norwood. Destin Hillis. Andrea Boone. Marcy Collier Overstreet. Antonio Lewis.
Present.
Quorum present.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. The agenda was sent out ahead of time. If there are no changes or updates to the agenda, I would ask for a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Westmoreland, seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the adoption of the agenda? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent is 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the agenda carries. Just want to note for the record, we've been joined by Councilmember Overstreet. Next will be our invocation. We are very honored today to have Bishop Joseph E. Hogan Sr., who is the pastor of the New Life Tabernacle of the Church of God in Christ, with us to provide the invocation. Bishop, thank you for being here.
Can we bow our heads? Father, God, our Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, we look to you for strength, for help, for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. You are leading us as we lead the citizens of this wonderful city. Have thine own way in our life. You speak to us in a language that we can understand, and we shall speak to them in a language that they can understand. Take us to where you want to take us, that we can do what you want us to do. Bless us now. Touch our minds. Move us, bless us, keep us, and protect us. For I heard you say, I would, that you prosper and be in health, even as your soul prosper. Do it now, in Jesus' name. It is our prayer. Everybody would say, amen. Thank you for the invite and for all those who are responsible for my being here. God bless you.
While we stay for a moment of reflection, I would ask if there are any remembrances at this time. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, President Shipman. I just want to acknowledge the passing of Mr. Jeffrey Lamb, former president of the Atlanta Downtown Neighborhood Association, active member of Neighborhood Planning Unit M, who unfortunately passed away in his new home in California this week.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to offer condolences to Dr. Alfred Wyatt's family. Dr. Wyatt was the founder of the Metropolitan Community Band, a member of the Adamsville Boulder Park civic community, lived there for nearly 60 years, and just a wonderful, wonderful community individual in the city of Atlanta. Also, Ms. Birdie Anderson passed away. Ms. Anderson was an alumni of Spelman College and a member of the West Manor community. Please keep these families in your prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. I want to definitely echo the sentiments of my colleague. The Wyatt family lived across the street from me for years. So definitely want to echo that. And then, of course, a marvelous leader out of the Senate, Dianne Feinstein, that actually lost her life as well. want to send the condolences to that family.
Thank you. Any others? Well, with these and those unnamed, would you please join me in reflecting with a moment of silence? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I would like to invite Councilmember Waits and all of those associated with the proclamation honoring the Atlanta Dream to please join us up here on the dais. Please, everybody come forward.
I was going to start with good morning, and then I realized as we're in the afternoon. Greetings and good afternoon. Today is a very special day for me to welcome the home team, the Atlanta Dream. Please give them a hand. So growing up as a little girl, many of us did not have the opportunity to play in the NFL or the NBA or any of the major sports that are here in our city, including the Braves. But when the Atlanta Dream came along, all of that changed for every little girl. We had something to aspire to. And unfortunately, at 50, I missed that opportunity. But nonetheless, it's a pleasure to welcome the Atlanta Dream here to City Hall, to the great city of Atlanta, and to congratulate you on making the playoffs this year. And we know next year you guys will be going all the way. So we'll get started quickly. The Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize the Atlanta Dream and salute the dynamic team for representing our city with honor during the 2023 Women's National Basketball Association season. The Atlanta Dream has consistently demonstrated exceptional dedication, sportsmanship, unwavering commitment to the game of basketball. For the 2023 WNBA season, the Dream achieved significant success on the court, making the playoffs for the first time in 5 years and finishing with the 5th most wins in the league. The Atlanta Dream has served the sports industry, the community, our city as a source of inspiration and pride for all of the people of Atlanta, demonstrating remarkable talent, resilience, and teamwork from our players, our coaching staff, and support personnel. Their drive and sportsmanship have stimulated passion and loyalty from the Atlanta metropolitan community by creating a fantastic environment for all Atlantans' Gateside Arena, leading the WNBA with 12 sellout crowds while congratulating the moments from our fans. This team has forged an unbreakable bond with its fans, creating enduring memories and fostering a sense of unity among Atlanta's diverse and vibrant communities. Therefore, be it resolved, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize the Atlanta Dreams organization for your work to inspire all women and girls to achieve their dreams through transformative power of sports and representing our communities in a positive manner. Congratulations to you all. So we're going to start with having a couple of our colleagues say a few words, and then we'll have a special message from the mayor's office. Okay, council member.
Thank you, Councilmember Waits. I do want to take this opportunity to welcome you all to City Hall. It is so good to see these ballers in the house. I mean, it's something very special about a female baller. It really is. And for years, especially throughout high school, I've known quite a few that I thought were so talented. And I've often wondered, well, what are they going to do with that, especially when I was in high school back in the 80s. So I am so thankful to see where we are now. I'm glad that you're here, and I appreciate what you do for this city, because we do have a nice lens here in the city of Atlanta, and you all are actually adding to that, and I appreciate so much, not just the fact that we have the female ballers, but we also have leadership, and the office looks good, and I really appreciate what we're doing for women here in the city of Atlanta. I want to invite y'all back next March to come for Women's Month here at City Hall, so that we can actually, get some dancing in and celebrate, and because you deserve way more than we could do here for you today. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
On behalf of our whole organization and our staff, I just wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Waits for recognizing us, and thank you, President Shipman, for having us here, and to the entire City Council. This is such a special honor. It's really interesting because our success on the court is undeniable, but the momentum that this city has created around our organization is something that every single person in Atlanta can be proud of. I think we even surprise ourselves sometimes when that arena gets full and that place is rocking and it's a party every single night. What Tanisha Wright has created together with Dan Padover on the court is nothing short of incredible in rebuilding this team on the court in less than 2 years. And so you want to see a case study in how to build a team in the right way, take a look at what Coach Tanisha is doing. Fans are coming out of the woodwork to support the WNBA in Atlanta because of a couple reasons. Women's sports matter here. And number two, this league is comprised of 85% Black women, and it is our job. Absolutely, that's worth a round of applause. So it is our job to build this organization in a way that reflects those athletes, but also reflects this city. We are the right team in the right city, in the right place to be able to build this and show the world what women's sports is about, specifically through the WNBA. And I couldn't be more proud to be a part of this organization. Councilmember Amos, thank you so much for supporting us as well. I know you've been a huge advocate of ours too, and everybody in the room. So with that, just want to say thanks for having us.
Well, I have a special letter from the mayor of Atlanta here that I'm going to read in part. But before I do that, I just want to say, you have several former and somewhat current hoopsters on city council right now, depending on the day. But Councilmember Farokhi, Councilmember Lewis, and I all have found our ways to the court from time to time. But I especially want to say that this team is not only relevant on the court, but it's relevant off the court. It's a team that's relevant nationally. We have seen that with very bold statements to make sure that we're headed in the right direction as a society. And I want to thank the players and the team for that boldness. And also, as the father of 2 daughters, including a burgeoning point guard, who really wants to be a shooting guard, but she needs to be a point guard, and everybody who's a 2 guard or a 1 guard knows that whole dilemma. I just appreciate having such an incredible team here in Atlanta for her to emulate, for her to see role models, for her to have heroines, that she can have posters on her walls. It's just very, very exciting, and I thank you for that. So I will read just a couple of portions of this letter from the mayor, which says, your unwavering dedication, perseverance, and exceptional professionalism displayed throughout the 2023 WNBA season have made our city immensely proud. By representing Atlanta with honor, you have not only brought excitement to our communities, but you've also instilled a sense of pride that resonates deep within all Atlantans. Through your tireless work and innovative programs, including the Power to Her Dreams clinics and others, you have inspired countless Atlantans to chase their dreams and persevere in the face of adversity. You also work to empower young girls in our city, showing them that with determination and hard work, they too can achieve greatness. These community-based endeavors display the true essence of sportsmanship and have contributed to the overall fabric of Atlanta. The Atlanta Dream have become a symbol of greatness throughout Atlanta. May you continue to excel on and off the court. Thank you for what you're doing. It means so much to this city.
And we'll also have a few more words from the mayor's office. Ms. Lisa Gordon.
Hello, everyone. I'm excited to share a letter from the mayor for the Dream. You're one of my personal favorite teams. I was half court with your Inspiring Women a few years ago for the work that we did on housing together, and you also built with Habitat for Humanity when I was there. So I'm excited to be part of this celebration of all you do. So are you guys ready? Yes. Okay, so you ready? Let me just present it to you since it was read. Thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you, we're delighted.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Gordon. All right.
And I'll be remiss when you hear Council President talking about basketball. I want to talk about the new age of who's leading basketball in the city of Atlanta. I've been going to some of these little league basketball games, and the young lady games are just so much better than the boys games these days, right? And when Raven Johnson is from my district, and I know without the Atlanta Dream ever being put here, she wouldn't exist. And I know we're doing a new tennis shoe in which she's inspiring new young ladies in our district. So we need y'all to keep doing this. She's doing like a new exclusive shoe that we're gonna place on young people in the city of Atlanta. And it's based on what y'all are doing. So keep speaking loud. Every time they play with y'all, we need y'all to speak first. I'm backing up, just know I'm coming over top. So we're full out with you. The entire city of Atlanta supports you, and we need you to keep opening up doors, because I'm seeing some young ladies doing stuff I never seen before. And I'm going to both games, and I'm seeing more people at the ladies' games than the guys' games. And so I'm inspired to see it, and I can't wait to see where it goes.
Thank you.
Please join us in giving the Dream a round of applause, and we're going to take a photo.
Yeah. We gotta figure this out. I know y'all. Thank you.
Next up, I would like to ask Council Members Boone and Lewis to come forward for International Credit Union Day, and all those who are here for that proclamation.
So I don't know how this got lower when everybody was taller than me, right?
Thank you. Today is a very special day in the city of Atlanta. We are recognizing International Credit Union Day in the city of Atlanta. On behalf of the city of Atlanta, we would like to thank this wonderful, wonderful board of directors who really, really does work for the citizens of Atlanta and especially our employees. You always work with us. You always provide great customer service. And now I will turn it over to my colleague, the Honorable Antonio Lewis, District 12.
And I want to say thank you, Councilmember Boone, for making sure that we always take care of the folks that take care of us. The Credit Union of Atlanta is a space where folks who work for the city of Atlanta actually have an opportunity to grow. And so I want to say thank y'all for always being open and flexible enough to make sure that the loans actually hit some folks' pocket who work for this city. So every time I see a trash man, I love the trash man when he tells me, I got a credit union, credit card instead of the bank account, and he knows the difference. I want to say that's because of the education and knowledge that you're actually putting into them. And so without further ado, I'll read the proclamation. The Atlanta City Council, in recognition of International Credit Union Day, whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize the credit union community for its ongoing progression of the financial welfare of its members and for the impacts credit unions make in the community, and whereas credit unions operate as a not-for-profit financial enterprises owned, operated, and funded by people working collectively toward economic advancement, and whereas while embracing a vision of people helping people philosophy, credit unions combine personal resources and leadership skills to encourage members to enhance their financial futures and unite the service of those in need. And whereas credit unions champion themselves on the idea that all people from all walks of life should have access to affordable financial services. And whereas their global outreach has provided financial services in 101 nations around the world with 56,000 credit unions that serve the financial needs of over 200 million people. And whereas credit unions have fostered strong alliances that make financial democracy possible in many countries throughout the world. And whereas credit unions have demonstrated outstanding leadership throughout the communities they have served since being founded more than 150 years ago. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby honor the work of credit unions on this second day of October 23rd as they celebrate International Credit Union Day. We are grateful for all the ways credit unions can help people and have helped people achieve a strong financial future. Thank you.
And before we hear from our president, Ms. Collins, I would like to introduce these wonderful, wonderful members of the Atlanta City Credit Union. Calvin Tucker, retired Atlanta Police Department over 30 years. Mr. Alfred Berry Jr., who worked so ably in the Atlanta City Council for over 30 years. Ms. Willie, who worked in Department of Watershed for how many years?
City of Atlanta, 32 years.
City of Atlanta, 32 years. And Mr. Charles Bell, our financial guy, who worked for how many years?
33.
33 years in the City of Atlanta.
Rick Pritchett.
Rick Pritchett.
Contact center with the city, with the credit union of Atlanta.
Thank you so much. And our other members?
Taylor Drakeford.
Come right on up, Taylor. Give us your name and how long you've been here.
Taylor Drakeford, and I've been with Credit Union of Atlanta for 8 years.
Yay, you help us.
And Tamara Jones, I've been with Credit Union of Atlanta for 7 years as a service leader. Tamara Jones.
And now our president. This is just a wonderful, wonderful group of people that help citizens all the time. You can always try the credit union. They always answer the call. Thank you, Ms. Collins. Come right on up, our president.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. I am so excited to be here today. First of all, I want to say thank you to Councilmember Boone and then Lewis and all of the other council members. And I want to say a special thank you to the support I have here from my board of directors and our staff for them to come out and help us celebrate International Credit Union Day. Now, International Credit Union Day was founded in 1948, guys, and it's celebrating its 75th anniversary. And I want to tell you a little bit about International Credit Union Day, but I also want to tell you a little bit about credit unions for those of you that don't know. And I know a lot of you have accounts with us, and we're excited about that. And I have something special to talk to you about at the end, so don't leave, because it's something we're doing especially for our members and future members. ICU Day was founded, like I said, by the Credit Union National Association and World Council of Credit Unions in 1948, and on October the 19th of this year marks their 75th anniversary. This event underscores the spirit and accomplishments of the credit union movement. ICU exists to raise awareness and celebrate what makes credit unions unique. So how are credit unions unique? Credit unions are not-for-profit and owned by their members, typically have lower fees, higher savings rates, and competitive loan rates. Anyone can join a credit union as long as you are in their field of membership. Now, just so you know it, City of Atlanta employees and all agencies, authorities, and organizations that are affiliated with City of Atlanta qualify for membership with the Credit Union of Atlanta. So if you don't have your account, you're welcome to come and join us. Now, most importantly, I want to talk about the service that we give. Councilman Boone so talked about the service we give, and we do. We take pride in that. We also take yes, car loans, credit card loans. Come and see. We have the best credit card rate in the 6.9. You guys, if you don't have a credit card rate of 6.9, you need to come see us so we'll take good care of you. Okay? And now the credit union philosophy, as was stated earlier, is people helping people and financial well-being, being for all. And that's what we're all about. We want to help you help yourself in any capacity that we possibly can. Now, ICU Day is supported by America's Credit Unions and the World Council of Credit Unions. Currently, guys, there are 86,000 credit unions worldwide in 118 countries. 4,760 of them are in the United States. 171 are in Georgia, and we have 17 credit unions here in the Atlanta area. And of course, Credit Union of Atlanta is a part of that 17. The board and I would like to truly embrace the credit union philosophy of people helping people and financial well-being for all. Now, what we have planned for you guys coming up on October the 19th, which is actually International Credit Union Day, is this. First of all, we're going to celebrate the 75th anniversary of International Credit Union Day, and we're going to also celebrate our 95th anniversary of credit union being in the credit union industry for a long time. 95 years, guys. We look pretty good. Okay? Now, what we're going to have on that day, we're going to have raffles and giveaways. We're going to have a video presentation of some of our staff members that are from different countries. They're going to talk about their experiences with credit unions. And we're going to also have some testimonials from possibly some staff members and some members that can talk to us about what they have experienced with the Credit Union of Atlanta. Also, we're going to have some snacks and drinks. Now, the snacks and drinks will be a little different. Yes, we're going to have American snacks, but we're going to get some international snacks too for you guys to try out. So come by and see us and see what they're eating in Japan, Italy. We're going to have a little bit of everything for you to try. And if you like it, you don't have to eat it, but just try it, okay? All right. Now, we're also going to have some of our affordable housing partners on hand to talk to you about our affordable housing initiative. So if you're thinking about getting a mortgage or getting some information on it, come see us. We'll have somebody there to talk to you about that. Now, to really show our appreciation, I want you to listen. The credit union will be offering an auto loan production rate of 1.75% below your rate you qualify for. So for instance, our lowest rate for a car loan is 4.93. So if you qualify for 4.93, we're going to drop it 1.75 to recognize International Credit Union Day. Your rate would be 3.81. You don't hear about that. Now, October the 19th is the day you need to come to see us, okay? That's the day we're going to be offering that rate, and the rate will be good for a week after. what I said, as long as you apply for that day, we will be able to give you the rate for 1.75. Once again, thank you for your time. We appreciate you, and I hope you come to see us on October the 19th. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Chair Tucker. Just say how great the credit union is. Just say something.
Well, the Credit Union of Atlanta, as I've been serving myself about 23 years on the board, maybe longer, is a great organization that, as was said earlier, people helping people. So if you're not a member of a credit union, you need to take the time to consider options. Credit Union of Atlanta is here to serve all citizens in Atlanta. We're building a great foundation, so continue to think of us as you think about your financial services.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Berry. Alfred Berry Jr.
Thank you. And I just want to ditto what our president and CEO has said, as well as what Mr. Tucker has said. If you don't have an account with Credit Union of Atlanta, we definitely would like you to come and join us. And also, too, just in case you need an ATM, there's one here at City Hall. So come and support Credit Union of Atlanta. Thank you.
Congratulations. And now we will have our official photo.
All right. Good seeing you. Okay. Okay.
Next, I would like to ask everyone affiliated with the proclamation for WSB-TV to come forward, please. For WSB-TV. Come on up. It is my pleasure to present this proclamation today. WSB-TV has been a stalwart in our community for 75 years now. This year, it is the 75th anniversary of the founding of WSB-TV. For some, that may come as news that we had TV 75 years ago, 1948. And since then, they have every single day been doing not only news, but events and information programs that impact our community, documentaries, in-depth stories, and really just uplifting what we know about ourselves and documenting the first draft of history, as they say. And so it is with great pleasure that I present this proclamation that reads, in recognition of the 75th anniversary of WSB-TV, the Atlanta City Council is pleased to celebrate the 75th anniversary of WSB-TV. In 1948, WSB-TV became the first television station in Georgia and in the southeastern United States, serving citizens in the city of Atlanta and the people of Georgia. And whereas for 75 years, WSB-TV has been a beacon of journalism, information, and community service in our great city. They are known for their iconic Channel 2 Action News brand that has provided valued news and information critical to the people of Atlanta and North Georgia for generations. And whereas the notable news station has been a pioneer in broadcast technology, from being an early adopter of color television, the first in Georgia to transition to HD TV broadcasting, and the first to launch its streaming channel. And whereas WSB-TV has tirelessly and faithfully served the people of our community, delivering news and stories that have informed, inspired, and united us, WSB-TV is a market leader in Georgia, but also the top-rated local news station in the country, with staff dedicated to the mission of serving its communities. And whereas they have fostered strong community involvement and philanthropy traditions with the Family to Family Project and the show People to People, while demonstrating an unwavering commitment to journalistic integrity, truth, and accuracy, ensuring that our citizens are well-informed and empowered to make informed decisions. And whereas WSB-TV has been a dedicated advocate for social justice, environmental awareness, and community engagement, actively contributing to the betterment of our society and a steadfast supporter of education, culture, and the arts, enriching the lives of our citizens and celebrating the diverse tapestry of our community. And whereas the news station has served as a trusted source of information and a source of comfort and solace during times of crisis, upholding the highest standards of journalism in the face of adversity, and has earned the respect, admiration, and affection of countless viewers, both locally and nationally, for its dedication to principles of journalism that reflect the best of our democratic values. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby recognize WSTV September 29th, 2023 as WSB-TV Day and congratulate the station on its 75th anniversary of service and dedication to the people of Atlanta. Congratulations. It is signed by myself and all council members, and before I ask Ray Carter to come up, I'm going to ask if any other council members want to speak. I think Councilor Overstreet is waiting patiently here.
Oh, yes. Great proclamation. So in 1982, Monica Pearson came to Benjamin Elijah Mays High School, and I knew that day that, you know, I was going to do something with journalism, so my high school self told myself. But I went on to graduate with a journalism degree in broadcast journalism from Georgia State University, and I share that because it was because of WSB-TV and the work that you do in the community, and you're shaping the city in ways that you don't even know that you're doing it, and you've been doing it for so very long. 75 years is no easy feat, and you know, I just celebrated my 40th class reunion here at the last council meeting, and that particular class was also, you know, very impacted by WSB-TV. So today I'm standing here with my soror and leadership, Mr. Gardner, and I just want to thank you all for what you've done for the city of Atlanta and the metro Atlanta region for so very long. You're making a huge difference in the lives of all of the families, no matter what side of the town or where we are. We're being touched by WSB, and I thank you for that.
Let me ask Ray Carter, who's the general manager of WSB-TV, to come forward if he wants, and maybe some others to come forward as well. We'll see.
Look, I know when there's a star bigger than me in the room. My name is Ray Carter. I'm the vice president and general manager of this remarkable television station. What a pleasure it is to be with you, and thank you for this acknowledgement and the declaration, the proclamation. We celebrated this last Friday our 75th anniversary, a day 75 years earlier when a couple of engineers flipped a switch and put Channel 2 on the air, and that is remarkable. I was there, of course, for the celebration. I was there 25 years ago when we celebrated our 50th anniversary. And for those wondering, no, I was not there 75 years ago when they flipped the switch and put us on the air, although my kids would probably tell you differently. Not only has this television station been first in so many technological advances, and we have, not only is this television station #1 in terms of share of audience, and what a lot of Atlantans don't know, not only does it have more than 50% of all local news viewers watching it, it is also the highest rated major market television station in the United States. Wow. It is a gem. It is Atlanta's gem. Not only have we been first in so many respects, we've also, I think, been right in so many respects, taking bold steps forward and doing the right thing. I'm going to mention a few names that are terribly important for all of us to remember. The name of Lorenzo Lowe Jelks. If that's not a name you recognize, do your homework. His is a story worth knowing. In 1967, he became the first black reporter in Atlanta, and one of the first in the United States at WSB. 1972, Jocelyn Dorsey became the first Monday through Friday anchor at a television station in Atlanta, WSB. And in 1975, the jewel in our crown, Monica Kaufman Pearson, came to town and wouldn't give up that chair for 37 years as a main anchor on an evening newscast in Atlanta, Georgia. So not only have we been first, but I believe we've been right, and history will bear that out. What really excites me as the leader of this remarkable team is this next generation that follows. We are in such good hands. We call them the Fab Four. That was Monica and John Pruitt, Glenn Burns, Chuck Dowdle. We now have the Fab 30, and we are proud of them and excited for the future. When I walked in, no head whipped around to say, "Is that Ray Carter?" But every head whipped around and said, "Is that Karen Greer?" Yes, it's Karen Greer. Let me ask Karen to come to the mic.
Thank you, Ray, to Atlanta City Council, to Atlanta City Council President Shipman. Thank you so much for this honor. To be a part of such a legacy station is amazing. The work that is done each and every day, you can only see it on your side, but I'm seeing it on the other side, and the work is amazing. The staff, from reporters to photographers to, the people behind the scene, directors, producers. What is produced each and every day in that station is something that we are all so very proud of. And we continue that mission to be first and to be right, to get it right. We don't just like to do stories and be first. We like to make sure that the facts are right and that we are bringing you quality news, things that you need to know that are going on in your community. So I am proud to be a part of this amazing team. I've been in town for so many years, and to now be a part of this legacy station that everybody knows, everybody watches. I remember being at another station and thinking, why does everybody watch WSB-TV? Why? Now I know why. The work that is done behind the scenes is second to none. So thank you for recognizing that, and here's to 75 more years.
I would simply say, you know that you're making an impact when not only do heads turn when they see someone like Karen, but heads turn when they hear that voice. And there are so many WSB-TV voices that have narrated our lives in Atlanta. Again, I just want to say thank you, and we're going to come forward and take a picture. Finally today, I would like to ask Councilmember Alex Wan to come forward and all those with Laurel Hill to come forward in this proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. President. As they're walking up, I'm delighted to give this proclamation. It's not a well-known fact that when I was a kid, one of my dream jobs was to work at a bank. I think that probably explains why I'm so fascinated by finance and numbers, but I just thought it'd be the coolest thing to be able to sit back there and count out cash. It is my honor today to present a proclamation to recognize Laurel Hill. And the other thing I wanted to remark on is I'm going to read parts of the proclamation, but it's remarkable all that she has accomplished and all that she's known for. And I just hope that the lesson we take from today is that we express this appreciation, gratitude, and respect along the way rather than waiting until retirement to let folks know how much they meant to us and how much they accomplished. So I'm going to read this. Whereas the Atlanta City Council is pleased to recognize Laurel Hill on the occasion of her retirement, concluding with more than 39 years in the financial services industry, including government banking and diversified banking. And whereas while Laurel was in government banking, she served as the primary banker for the city of Atlanta, providing expertise on a wide variety of financial matters, including treasury management, debt, short-term investment management, and trust services. And whereas her unique insight and proficiency allowed her to be a strategic voice at the table with city employees as they considered and evaluated efforts to improve the operational performance and efficiency of city operations. And whereas prior to joining government banking in 2005, she spent 18 years in a variety of leadership positions. She stood at the forefront leading a new sales strategy focused on building treasury management consultant knowledge, as well as developing product capability. This strategy is still widely practiced in the industry today. And whereas during her professional career, one of the ways she devoted time to her communities was by serving on several nonprofit boards. She also served on the Board of Trustees for Ebenezer Baptist Church. In her capacity, she played an instrumental role in securing the initial financing for Ebenezer's current Horizon Sanctuary. And whereas her tenure with the city, her presence, and knowledge of city operations made her an invaluable member of the city's team. Her intimate knowledge of city operations and government finance, combined with her far-reaching knowledge of financial matters, put her in a unique position to respond to city employees who valued her voice and her perspective at the table. And whereas ultimately she cared for the city in a way that cultivated trust, becoming a voice for senior finance leadership, she has demonstrated the highest principles of service and respect for the city of Atlanta, while always supporting her colleagues and serving with the utmost dignity. We thank her for her leadership and outstanding service to the city of Atlanta. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens of Atlanta, do hereby express our sincere appreciation to Laurel Hill for her dedication to the Department of Finance and wish her much happiness and good health in the future. This is signed by Council President and Vice President. I'm going to invite my colleagues to come say a few words, and then I'll invite Ms. Hill. It looks like Finance wants to say some words as well. Councilmember Boone, you're up first.
On behalf of all of the residents, especially in Southwest Atlanta where you reside, you have been a leader in your community. You have been a leader in your church. You stood shoulder to shoulder and side by side to your late husband, Dr. Toussaint King Hill, and did so much to enrich the lives of your parishioners and all of us in our Southwest Atlanta community. So congratulations. You have always been there when we called you. And for that, we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you, Laurel, for all you've done.
And just quickly, on the behalf of the Department of Finance, Hamid Bala, the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Hill, we are really going to miss you. You have been a backbone and a strong support and advocate for us here at the city, and you have been here through the good times and bad, and watching the city overcome its financial challenges all the way up to a AA+ rating, and the turnaround that the city has placed. Some of that story and some of that credit is due to partners like you who have been there unwavering throughout that process. I always joke about Laurel being my Treasury 101 professor. One of my second roles at the city of Atlanta was cash and investment manager, and Laurel and I would be on the phone each day for about an hour or so until I kind of knew what I was doing. And she made sure that, that was poured back into the city, but it's the type of testament of the professional that you are, someone who leads with their heart, someone who cares about the employees, and someone who undoubtedly loves the city of Atlanta. Congratulations.
To the members of the Atlanta City Council, and to my colleagues, some who stand here with me today in the finance department, but there are many more across the city of Atlanta, and ultimately to the citizens of Atlanta who we all served by working together, I say thank you. 43 years ago, I first stepped foot in Atlanta on the soil here to begin my college adventure at the exceptional college, not too far from here, by the name that we know as Spelman College. I stand before you today grateful for the way in which you are saying thanks, but ultimately most grateful for the work we have done together. Because of my work with you, I have the blessing of being able to walk or drive along the streets of Atlanta or fly out of the space that is the largest airport, the busiest airport in the world, and to see some of the work that I had at least one finger in. The 5th runway, the international terminal, the Beltline, developments in the West Side TAD, including the Gulch, and yes, the important water infrastructure system that we don't necessarily see the bones of each day, but we see its output, and we know that our community can't be sustained without it as at its best. I got to do this work with you. Thank you. I got to live out the possibilities I witnessed when I first arrived as a young Black woman from Indiana who saw leaders of color here decades ago, more than I saw at home, making a difference for our community. Thank you. I got to pour into a cross-section of finance employees here who needed help doing the important work that they were tasked to do, but who didn't always have the resources to do the work. And in turn, together, working together, we benefited the whole. And on a more personal note, I got to have an impactful career focused right here, allowing me to prioritize my family and my late husband, the Reverend Dr. Toussaint King Hill Jr., who served as pastor of West Hunter Street Baptist Church. I worked here. I was home 99% of the nights. And now that he is gone, I am grateful. I am grateful to have been able to serve you in a meaningful way while being here to serve alongside him where and when he needed me most. Thank you all for blessings too numerous for me to share, for allowing me to serve you and the citizens of this place we call home.
Is there anybody else who'd like to make any comments?
Anybody else want to say something?
All right, well, I'm going to take a photo then.
Either way. We will next move to remarks from the public. I remind everyone that unless you have yielded time, you'll have up to 2 minutes to speak. We'll have a bell that'll give you a 30-second warning. I would say in advance that I do my best with the names, but as always, please do correct me if I do not pronounce them correctly for the record. We'll begin with T. Paris, I believe. Have up to 2 minutes.
First, I wanted to acknowledge and lift up the family members of Deacon Johnny Holman who are here, as well as other supporters, as a victim of police violence. I also wanted to acknowledge the legacy of the courageous forest defender Manuel Paez-Terán, and also wanted to lift up another courageous freedom fighter, Victor Puertas, who's currently incarcerated, being held in the Stewart Detention Facility. I wanted to more generally, just voice some of my frustration with this process as it pertains to the referendum, which seems to, be dragging on interminably. I think that the voice of the city, the citizens of in this city should be heard, and the obstruction that the mayor and other leaders in city government have brought to bear on this process is really, really quite problematic. So I wanted to, just lend my voice to those of so many others who have voiced concerns on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Marissa Pyle. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hello. I also want to uplift the family and loved ones of Johnny Holman who are in the audience today. My name is Marissa Pyle. The first time I was the victim of doxing was by a neo-Nazi convicted of attempted murder. The second time was by the Atlanta City Council. Both times were because I was exercising my right to dissent. I've been here today, I'm here today, I've been here before, and I've been polite. Today I am mad. I am mad because I hope that you all never have to know what it feels like to have to leave your family home so that you can ensure that your parents stay safe. I hope that you never know what it feels like to watch armed militia members stalk and photograph you in your own hometown. I hope you never have to watch a group of violent skinheads stalk you and your family for over 3 years, and I hope you never have to calmly explain to your parents what to do when someone leaves a death threat in their mailbox. I know. And that is why I pay for self-protection services to make sure that my information is never online again, and that is a safety that you all have taken from me, and I am livid. Because of my experience, I am also now a trained professional in threat monitoring and online protection, and I work to protect election workers all throughout the 2020 runoffs and the 2021, particularly in the Fulton County Board of Elections, where Councilmember Alex Wan served. I protected you. You failed to repay the favor. I have seen the literal worst of humanity. I have seen things that you genuinely cannot and should not imagine. I have worked 20+ hours in a sitting, working to protect people, knowing and fearing that they might not be alive anymore because people knew where they lived. I have felt that own fear because my address was public. And you have now inflicted that possibility on over 110,000 humans for our temerity to believe in democracy. How dare you? Put it on the ballot. It's the least you can do after all of this. And I mentioned that death threat in the mailbox. I brought copies of it. Don't worry, I'll read it to you.
Time has expired.
Just think, if it wasn't for American blood, Hitler would have exterminated all of you. That's what it says.
Next will be Mark Spencer. We'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hey, my name is Mark Spencer. I'm back representing Coalition of Healthcare Workers and Students. Just want to reiterate that we oppose Cop City in the South River Forest. We oppose it anywhere. We support the referendum and direct democracy. I am, in line with what the previous speaker was saying, pretty concerned about some of my colleagues that have been doxxed by the city. There's people that provide life-affirming care, gender-affirming care, reproductive care that really do not need their addresses out in this political climate. And we'd like that rectified as soon as possible. We want to say that, the city of Atlanta is going backwards on public safety, and the opportunity costs of investing in Cop City are simply too high. In the last few months, we've seen patients come into our clinic with metastatic cancer from preventable disease because we don't have the screening infrastructure to meet the demands of the people of Atlanta. That is a policy choice. I want to be clear about that. We have people that are repeatedly selling their own plasma as a way to pay for their medical care as they see no other option. Again, that is a policy choice, and I want to be clear about that. People are dying in Atlanta every day, 20 to 30 years too early, and that is a policy choice. The council and the media focus a lot on interpersonal violence, but I want to be clear, more people are dying in Atlanta every day from structural violence than interpersonal violence, and both matter. The violence is structural because it's made by policies, or by the policies that you all ignore, and we have to get serious about that. Cop City and criminalization will not meet the needs of our patients or those most vulnerable in Atlanta. We need to seriously reinvest in an alternate response model and alternatives to public safety infrastructure that do not rely on criminalization and incarceration. Thank you.
Expired. Thank you. Next will be Prophet Martin Curtis Hairston. You have up to 2 minutes.
Could you put the 2 minutes up? Okay, thank you. Because you never know. Because y'all, people saying and doing so much stuff behind those up there where y'all at. Well, again, I'm here to support this family. Again, a cop kills an unarmed black man, and yet the city is still not taking the complaints of the citizens serious. See, we say no justice, no peace for a reason. Now, again, I'm here to talk about homelessness in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, and DeKalb County. The fact that this city now raising money for Cop City that they said was going to be for homeless people. See, I pay attention to detail. Now, I can come down here every day. I can get some people out in the front, and just like Cop City, just be just as packed for homelessness. But see, y'all don't seem not to understand that the city is in a crisis. When things like this keep happening, this man, Johnny, lost his life because a cop had a bad day. See, when things like this keep happening, people are not going to keep taking it like it's just one of those things. Now, y'all have power to alter and change things like that. So understand with the people's frustrations. No one hates you as a person, as an individual. But if you have the right to sign a piece of paper that can change these things and you don't do it, then the people get antsy and then come at y'all. So understand the difference. I don't have nothing personal against nobody on this podium. I want to say that as a man of God, as a Christian, I have nothing personal against nobody. But when I'm visiting girls that want to commit suicide because they're homeless, I'm breaking up fights because these two guys are mentally disturbed. A woman changing the clothes on the bus line, and everybody good with that. So those are the things that the concerns that's concerning us. So you think that nobody likes you and nobody hates you. That's not the issue. That's not the case. The case is that these issues, people are dying for no reason. You know, this family is grieving right here because of a cop.
Time's expired. Next will be Deborah Kahn. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hey guys, I come here today kind of like a broken record to ask you to add the vote on the police training center to the ballot. I went out every single day since the end of June, adding registered Atlanta voters to the petition to bring it to a vote. While everyone had their own particular reason for signing, and actually, honestly, I was surprised with how many reasons there were. The overriding theme was people want this to be brought to a vote. I even signed a dozen or so pro-Cop City people who said, okay, I'll sign. You know, I want it to be a democratic decision. I am 68 years old, and I went out to support this young person's movement. These folks are amazing, and I want them to believe we can make a change in a democratic manner. And I really think this is not something to take lightly. I don't want them to lose faith in the system. We need them to be part of things. But everything you've done is pushing people away. There's probably 80 or 90 sheets with my name as a witness. Who knows what I will experience. But really, what I want you to do is do the right thing. Just bring this to a vote. You guys might win, who knows? But let's support democracy. Thank you. Hi, Matt.
Thank you. Next will be Daxton Pettis. We'll have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Daxton Pettis. I am an AUC student, and there are other AUC students here who will not be speaking today, but are here with the Holloman family. I'm here for the Holloman family, for the friends and family of Justice Deacon Johnny Holloman, and the West End community. In my brief time before you today, I want to make it clear that justice for the Holloman family is Deacon Johnny Holloman still being here today. The list of names of individuals that have been impacted by your system of policing are grand. And the stories about harassment and assault and lethal force by not only the Atlanta Police Department, but also other Metro Atlanta police services can withstand comment that can go much beyond just one day of public comment. As a resident here, I've asked for change, I've asked for a shift, but today I stand with the Holloman family and demand what they've been asking for, which is the release of the video taken on Karen Kimbrough's body camera. The family deserves far more than this, but today, a video is all that they're asking for. It's been 52 days since APD has taken Deacon Johnny Holloman from them. 52 days of rallying with the community, 52 days of calling on the mayor, 52 days of calling on you, 52 days of grieving. Ask yourself, how much longer are you going to let this family wait? How much longer are you going to be against this family as they demand the release of the video? Release the video today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Henry Jordan. Henry Jordan. Following Henry Jordan will be Tim Franzen and then Kenneth King. Ms. Jordan, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Give now to the Spirit of God, everyone that's here. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Matthew 5th chapter 16 verse. He is to set his light up on a candlestick, not hide it under a bushel, that is a basket. Jesus said what he did it in me is for his glory. Christ said it's dangerous to seek to take God's glory, James Swift, and the government. Jesus says, give him the glory that's due to him. And they bend their tongues like they're both for lies, but they are not balanced for the truth upon the earth, for they proceed from evil to evil, and they know not me, saith the Lord. Jeremiah 9, chapter 3rd verse. The psalm was a prayer that divorced the vicious plots of wicked men against the righteous might fall. Jesus' gift is for his glory. God said, because your desires are to do evil creates evil. Evil produces evil. Do you desire to serve evil? Therefore, when thou doest thine alms, do not sound a trumpet before thee, as the hypocrites do in the synagogues and in the streets, that they may glory of men. But I say unto you, they have their reward. Matthew 6, chapter 2nd verse. Therefore, in all our giving, we are not to sound a trumpet before us in a hypocritical manner of gaining attention to ourselves. Jesus teach me to give you the glory and not myself. But the Lord is the true God. He is the living God and everlasting King. At his wrath the earth tremble, and the nation shall not be able to abide his indignation. Jeremiah 10, chapter 10 verse. Considering the impotence of false gods and the emptiness of false religion, may surely ought to worship the omnipotent Lord and King of the nations. To obey Jesus is life, to disobey Jesus is death.
Next will be Tim Franzen. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
I have 4 minutes? All right, who yielded their time? I didn't ask for that. Now I got to take up 4 minutes. All right. Oh, good afternoon, Council. So I get 4 minutes when I'm just going off the dome. My name is Tim Franzen. I'm with American Friends Service Committee. I want to say that our organization fully supports Johnny Hallman's family, and we join the community cry and demand to release the footage. Y'all remember the Cams on Cops campaign years ago? And they didn't used to have to wear them. It was led by a young man named Oscar Kane, who was a colleague of mine and worked with me for years. We have a mural of him in my office. That was a successful campaign. Ironically, the cop that shot him in the back didn't have his body cam on. Well, there was body cam footage of this tragedy, and the family deserves to have their wishes respected and to have this video released. I'm also here today, I was here at the last full council meeting. We all unanimously decided to start getting at least a little bit of a ball rolling on this conundrum that the city is in around Cop City, and the fact that there's an overwhelming number of folks that have signed this petition in the hottest summer of the year. Y'all unanimously decided to, hey, let's put some pressure on the clerk and get these things scanned, and let's redact some information. What happened? I am confused. Now, personally, I don't care. You can put my name and number on Front Street and say, hey, Tim Franzen is against Cop City. I'm happy to be stand up and counted in that. But a lot of folks did not expect to have their name, number, phone number, date of birth all published, and very quickly too. My God, I mean, it seemed like 24 hours later, everybody's information's out there. It is damnable, and it feels like another broken promise on a path of broken promises and lack of transparency that this whole process has been mired in. It is on y'all's shoulder to unravel this. If we are dealing with this in March, there's going to be a lot of things we're not dealing with. As a progressive movement, as a community, if we are going to be dealing with this in March, then that's going to be the bandwidth. That's the bandwidth, and there's going to be real serious political consequences. There are ones that I don't want the city to shoulder, but the whole country is watching, and the whole city is feeling a real lack of faith, a real lack of trust. Councilwoman Norwood, last time when you carted out some folks that spoke in favor, even they wanted to see democracy happen. And so even the folks that you can come out and criticize the movement are still saying, hey, we want to see this on the ballot. So where do y'all stand on this? Are we going to get this? Are we going to be dealing with this in January and February and March instead of the many other things that we could be dealing with? Are we going to see Georgia? It almost feels like there's people that are committed to see Georgia turn red yet again, and the stakes are just too high. So rarely do I leave with time left over, but I'm leaving with time left over, and I'm hoping that y'all are listening. I don't even know if it's possible for y'all to work some magic to get this on the November ballot so we can start to move in a direction of healing and come into 2024 with our best foot forward. And please, for the love of God, release the footage. Release the footage for this family. They've suffered enough.
Next up will be Connect King. Following Connect King will be Almalot. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Connect King. I am a recent graduate of Spelman College, and I am here to stand in solidarity and continue to lift up the name of Deacon Johnny Holloman. There is an African proverb that says, when an elder is killed, our libraries are burned. We unfortunately not only had to witness our library being burned, but put in front of the middle of the street, in front of everyone else to see, but we still don't have a body cam footage for y'all or the rest of the world to see. So we are here to demand that the body cam footage be released. Studies show that 98% of officers responsible for police killings and violence are rarely, if ever, held accountable for their actions. The officer in this killing, Karen Kimbrough, still has a job after murdering an unarmed black man in the middle of the street. And finally, before I got here, before we came to the city council meeting, we were sitting outside and I overheard two officers talking about Deacon Johnny Holloman. They weren't talking about how he was an unarmed black man, how he was elderly, or the procedures that came to this conclusion. They were talking about the autopsy report and wanted to know if there were drugs in his system, or if he had done anything, or if he had any other underlying health conditions. So I want to make sure that APD is not only held accountable for their actions, but what they're doing behind closed doors and what people are also hearing in the streets. So honestly, as we continue to demand justice for Johnny Holloman, we continue to demand justice, that the body cam footage be released, and that the officers that are speaking ill against his name, we want to make sure that Deacon Johnny Holloman's name is being cleared and that his name is being uplifted. Thank you.
Next will be Almalot, followed by Tiffany Howard. You have up to 2 minutes.
First, I want to acknowledge your family. I'm sorry for y'all loss. And y'all need to release that video. I'm standing here today to speak about poverty in our communities. While y'all funding this police thing, we need housing. Many are homeless. Y'all have three choices. Say 3 CTs, choice, change, and chance. So y'all need to try to think about the things y'all are doing to people. I'm not for all this negative stuff, but we've been talking about this for years, about the homeless in these communities. And the money that y'all are funding, the city got this money, they need to start funding it towards these communities and stop the high-priced developers. Stop going with them. We need help in these communities right now, today. Now, senior citizens are being homeless all down our streets. It went from children, families, to senior citizens. Y'all got a lot of homeless youths, college students, and it's wrong. Y'all can vote on everything but the right thing. And the right thing is getting us out of poverty and help these communities. I'm not with nobody or saying this behind nobody's back, because y'all know me, I'm going to speak and I don't give a damn how far it go. But I'm just asking this, that y'all do the right thing and do not vote on that 404 bill. Please don't vote on that bill. That makes more homeless in these communities. We need help today. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Next will be Tiffany Howard. Tiffany Howard. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
I'd like to pay my respects to the Johnny Holloman family. Good afternoon, honorable council members. My name is Tiffany Howard, and I am the president of Stimulate America, a Georgia-based 501c3 organization who has served the community since 2009. Our Stimulate America Impact Initiative, called the Magnolia Club, is a free mental health wellness program for seniors aged 60 and older, providing them with free resources and edification events designed to combat senior depression and provide safe socialization and inclusion. To show even more homage to our legacy generation, the Magnolia Club's largest senior appreciation program is Give Christmas to a Senior, which allows donators to fulfill the Christmas gift wishes of our senior members. Christmas gift donations can be made by going to our website, stimulateamerica.org, and having them sent directly or dropped off at our main Give Christmas to a Senior Christmas gift collection station at Simpson Street Church of Christ, 800 Joseph E. Boone Drive, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia, 30314. Gifts collected for our Magnolia Club members will be presented to them at the Magnolia Club's Christmas Carol Celebration 2023, also featuring live entertainment and Christmas feast cuisine, powered by Georgia Power's Energy Efficiency Program and our other generous partners. We are in need of volunteers for our Magnolia Club senior events, and those interested can contact us at 678-803-9737. We are also having an upcoming Magnolia Club Give Christmas to a Senior official press conference to express the importance of the public supporting our initiatives for our seniors. All media outlets interested in attending should contact Paige Patton at stimulateamericamedia@gmail.com or call 301-966-0449. On this past Friday, 9/29, we had another successful socialization event for our Magnolia Club seniors. Our next Magnolia Club Laundry Day supply distribution, powered by KBH Insurance, will be on Thursday, October 5th at 2 p.m. at Veranda at Collegetown in District 4. And our Magnolia Club movie night, powered by Centerwell and Insurance Pro Advice, will be on October 20th at Overture Buckhead South in District 6. Any council members interested in stopping by to say hello to our Magnolia Club members that will be attending these events from across the Atlanta metropolitan are more than welcome to come by. Just call us at Stimulate America to let us know you're coming. Thank you all again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be C. Freeman. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Freeman, Jr. I'm part of the family of Deacon Chairman Johnny Holloman, and we're here to demand justice for our family member. One afternoon, after leaving Bible study, a 62-year-old going home had a minor accident. A minor accident. It ended up dead at the hands of an overzealous 23-year-old cop. Think about that. A 62-year-old killed by a 23-year-old. When did we start disrespecting our elders? Let me repeat that again. A 62-year-old leaving Bible study, going home, have a minor accident, and ended up dead at the hands of an overzealous cop. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It doesn't. Now our family is a part of a club that we have no desire to be a part of. That goes along with every other individual in this country who's been killed at the hands of an officer. We had no desire. We're asking you as councilmen to do the right thing. We started off with a basketball theme today, and I'm a sportsman myself, so we're gonna stay on that thing. Put a full court press on the mayor and the APD chief police. We want this video released today, now, and everybody have the right to see it. We demand transparency, we want transparency. We not only want the video released, but we want this officer arrested and terminated from his position. He should not be working still. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Stephanie Ali, followed by Edward Brown. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. And to the family of Deacon Holloman, may his memory be a blessing. May his name be a rally cry for us all. Thank you. I'm Stephanie Ali. I'm the policy director at New Georgia Project Action Fund. Our work is to register and engage voters. On any given year, we can knock and have knocked 4 million doors, have up to 300 canvassers at a time. And these canvassers, we train on how to be safe when they're out in these fields, knocking these doors. But it's never occurred to us, and we've never had to build into the training to be safe because of the actions that a city might take to put them in danger. And so we were a bit shocked this past Friday when the names of our canvassers and the many thousands of people that we helped to sign up to call for a referendum on Cobb City were made public by the city voluntarily. This didn't have to happen. Your council colleague, Councilmember Bakhtiari, gave you language that would protect voters, advocates, and workers, but this body chose instead to do so. This move is irresponsible, and worse, it was intentional on the clerk's part and on the city's part. It will have a chilling effect on future engagement, which to me, someone who's been doing this work for over a decade in this state, begs the question of, was that the goal? Was that the goal to make sure that these people don't turn up again? I'd call this politically lazy if the intention wasn't absolutely clear: to attack, intimidate, and spread fear among residents who want a say in the future of Cobb City. So we make 3 demands: that the council should put immediate pressure on the clerk to take down this paperwork immediately, that it should only be put back up with full redactions, as was the original suggestion, and that suggestion in a letter by President Shipman and Councilmember Bakhtiari, and that you all should make the move immediately to add this to the ballot so future issues like this do not continue to happen. Thank you.
Time's expired. Thank you. Next will be Edward Brown, followed by Nate Bailey. Mr. Brown, you have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Edward Brown, and I come to you with a heavy heart. I was going to make a speech, but you see I have a blank piece of paper here. My wife and a couple of relatives seen as part of the CAM. They could not take it. Every day I had to deal with this. when she think about her brother, and me and him the same age, 62, and I've known for 50 years. I'm 8 year veteran, and please forgive me, but I cannot take watching her suffer, and I'm supposed to be having a hard moment on my heart right today in my eyes. I had to come here first. Release the body cam, and heal a hole in our heart.
Next up will be Nate Bailey. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Afternoon, Council. Nate Bailey, President of Atlanta Professional Firefighters. Just here today to talk about our fleet. First, I want to thank you all and the administration for all the attention that you've given us in the fleet over the past few weeks. You know, in Atlanta, we're very aggressive. We're an aggressive fire department. We fight fire every day, but a lot of our fires don't make the news because there's not much to see for the helicopter if the roof's still intact. You know, we get inside, we extinguish the fire, and we're able to do that with all of the personnel and the equipment that we dispatch to the scene. And you know, we've had some struggles of late that are being addressed, and this proposed legislation is going to be a statement from this city. It's a huge investment. It's a huge investment that's needed. There's many reasons, you know, why we got here. Our call volume's doubled in the last 20 years. We didn't have a lot of repairs and maintenance during the pandemic. A lot of things were shut down, the factories. But as you all know, we tried to be responsible in the city, but it was still kind of wide open at times. And if someone called 911, we had to respond in what we had. So with this investment that's being proposed and the investment that the administration has already made, it's going to make a huge statement, and it's going to get us to where we need to be, because we're only as good as our equipment. And we take great pride in being aggressive. We're one of the most aggressive fire departments in the country. So we want to thank you all for that. And then, you know, when we met with this administration, we had a long list of needs. You know, public safety isn't funny, but our list was so long. It was like, is there anything else? You know, we needed a lot of things, and they've addressed a lot of those issues with the training center and all the other items that you guys have purchased. We did the bond referendum for the new stations that are coming along. You know, so, and the biggest one, you know, is the retirement benefit. That's going to be the big home run to help us with our staffing. So, yeah, this is just really, I was going to talk longer, but after I read the proposed legislation, wow, what can I say? That's a huge statement, and the best part about it is it takes into account the factory build time. Because what we order today, it's going to take a while to get, and we'll have some struggles in the meantime. But it's going to be a huge morale boost for our personnel. I mean, a huge morale boost. So thank you very much. Thank the administration, and Public Safety Chair Hillis, thank you so much for all the time you put into this over the past week. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be Evan Matthews. Following Evan Matthews will be Kiana Jones. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Evan Matthews, District 5, Post 2, born and raised city of Atlanta. I want to say I'm here first honoring the life and the legacy of Deacon Johnny Holloman, thinking about the family of Deacon Johnny Holloman, and to remind folks that the work of Stop Cop City movement is important and successful insofar as we get justice in this case and that police killings end. We're not measuring this thing in ballots and signatures. We are measuring this in life and death. And by blowing up the spot of 116,000 folks, I want to know you gave folks the ammunition to stack the death in life and death, okay? I want to let you know that. I also want to address some of the comments that folks said last meeting. You know, we pay attention to what folks say, but I want to talk about what folks didn't say. Is nobody that came up here said that they don't want Cop City on the ballot. Nobody said that, okay? And the fact that they showed up means that they want to talk more about it, that they still have energy to talk about it. And if we know anything, what better place for them to put that energy than the ballot box? Them showing up proves that folks want Cop City on the ballot, okay? Last President Shipman, you broke a promise to us by presiding over the doxing of 116,000 folks in and around the city of Atlanta, myself included, okay? Unfortunately, those that seem to have the most power in the city of Atlanta are not the folks that we have elected. We're here to rectify that imbalance, and I want to let you know that you're not just watering down our power by letting the clerk and the attorney take over, you're watering down your power, okay? So last thing I want to say is release the footage, put Cop City on the ballot, enough counting cash, Councilmember Juan, put Cop City on the ballot and release the footage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Kiana Jones. Next will be Kiana Jones.
As she stepped out to the restroom, Mr. President.
We'll go to DeJuan Robinson next and come back to Kiana. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
Happy birthday there, Mr. Councilman Byron Amos. I would like to send my condolences to LaShondra Burke, our deputy COO, mother passed away, I think, last week. She was 91 years old, Atlanta, a native. Councilman Lewis, I don't think you're old enough to remember that there was a time in the 60s that black cops, I wasn't born either, black cops wasn't allowed to arrest white folks, right? Black cops had to go to the YMCA to get dressed because they couldn't get dressed with white cops, right? I don't think many people in Atlanta even know that, Mr. Dozier, Mr. Jason Winston. So to see us, Mr. Bond, in 2023, like my brother said, a young man, 23-year-old. Now, Nina Hicks and the law department gonna lie to y'all, Ms. Norwood. This cop had 6 violations. 6 violations before he killed Mr. Johnny. 6 violations. Building Cop City or not build Cop City won't stop that, because guess what? That has nothing to do with police training. That's a morale thing. That's a personal decision that you made, that you didn't fire this young boy after the 3rd violation. He only been on the force 2 years. 2 years, 6 violations. Now I watched the video, Mr. President. Y'all better be damn lucky that this family is about peace. Because guess what? If it happened to me, y'all would have seen the boy home come out. I would be holding goddamn city councilmen accountable. Nina Hicks and the whole law department, the mayor, everybody will have to be dealing with this situation. But because the family believe in peace, Mr. Mallory Davis, the super lawyer, he believe in peace. But if it happened to me, I won't listen to no lawyer. Y'all will be held accountable. When I always says 8 black councilmen, Mr. Bond, tell that law department stop lying. Show y'all the footage, because if Atlanta seen the damn footage, it would turn over today. It would turn over, Mr. Shipman. If you seen the footage, man, he killed Mr. Holloman in cold blood, man. He killed a 62-year-old man in cold blood. Tell them to release the footage to y'all, Miss Overstreet. Demand the footage. Demand it. Y'all got a right to see it. Ms. Boone, Mr. Andy Young, he said to me, he said, man, you keep saying that Hosea Williams protested against me, but do you not know that Mr. Boone was one of those ones that was out there? Wasn't just Hosea Williams. Mr. Boone that took over City Hall. Now our mayor in London right now, right? He got every right to go to the game, but here's what I'm ashamed of. We got a black mayor, Mr. Amos, born and raised in Southwest Atlanta. He watched the video. He's supposed to give this family a phone call. This man was killed in cold blood, man. He was killed. We've all seen the Rodney King video. We've seen Mr. Rashard Brooks, Mr. Lewis, down at the Wendy's. Your friend Oscar Kane, I think he spoke on, he was killed without the body cam footage. We seen Ahmaud Arbery. This is almost like Ahmaud Arbery. It was a killing by one of our own. But because this man have a family name, I think it's Mr. Kimbrough. I think Mr. Kimbrough was in law enforcement. I think he's being protected. Now, my problem is that I have a bunch of, because I'm from Atlanta, I know a bunch of men and women that are police officers, Mr. Doug Shipman, and they have worked in dangerous zones before and never had to fire their weapon. Never had to fire their weapon working in some hostile environments. So you can be a cop and do a good job. You don't have to choose to go left, Mr. Hillis, but when you go left and you murder a 62-year-old man, man, we got an answer for that in Atlanta, y'all. And Mr. Dozier, I'm ashamed because it happened in your district and this family don't even know that you represent the West End area. I'm ashamed, brother, and I got to call it out because that's who I am. I got to call it out. I'm ashamed that this happened in your district and nobody have contacted the Holloman family. Now, I grew up with them in Bowen Home. I know they daddy. He was a great man. He was a great man. He was a great family man. That's why this family is hurting, man. We have not done our job, city councilman. A black man killed by another young black man who had 6 violations. Now, the law department go lie and say this still under investigation. We need to see the letter. Y'all need to see the video. So guess what? If it's on investigation, show city councilman video. We seen the video. Show y'all need the man to see the video. Y'all need to care enough to see the video. Please care enough to see the video. Man, this is a shame, man. I'm being serious, man. It's a shame that we are protecting bad cops.
We cannot protect bad cops, man. I understand. I took the police a citizen because I was the first undergraduate. I understand that cops want to go home at the end of the day. They got a job to do. Bad cops, if it wasn't for Katherine Johnson age and the informant on bad cops, they would have got away with it. They would have got away with it. You think a bad cop become a bad cop overnight? No, there's years of practice to get to that point. We got to hold them accountable, man. That lady sitting behind y'all, Miss Pat over there, I love her dearly. You think if something happened to Miss Pat, I won't be up here speaking about this when it come to her? Love her dearly. That 77-year-old white woman that was killed in Buckhead by the young black male. I was in court on the side with that 77-year-old white woman. Injustice is injustice, man. It doesn't matter if it's gay, straight, black, brown, Asian, Indian. Injustice is injustice, man. But we do not think that a young black man would kill an older black man when the man is telling him in the video, you don't have to do this to me. I'm an old man. You ain't got to rough me up like that. You ain't got to do that. Tase the man 3-4 times. How many videos we seen cops done killed a person, still talking about put your hands up? Freeze. Hey, man, the man lying dead and you still talking about freeze, man. Come on, man. Mr. Shipman, we can't do this, man. We cannot afford to play politics when it comes to human lives. We can't do it, man. And that law department ain't nothing but some liars, man. I ain't gonna say law department. Forgive me, law department. The head is a liar. Nina Hickson, the head is a liar. Not the law department. The head is lying. 5 citations that this man have had. The chief of police got to come speak to this family about this because this boy should have been fired after the 2nd or 3rd. When he only been on the force 2 years, we're going to give him 4, 5 chances. So it's clear negligence. It's clear negligence. Ms. Waits, it's clear negligence. 5 infractions. He should have been fired. 5 infractions. We ain't even talking about the civil suit. Justice first. Justice. Young black man that killed this old man. I ain't gonna say this old man, Mr. Johnny Holloman, who was a great man, not only to his family, the community. You can stop by this man and get a word of wisdom at any time. But you guys are gonna, Mr. Shipman, there's gonna be a time that something gonna happen to the wrong family, and we're not gonna take the put your hands up approach, that Martin Luther King approach. In King later days, do you not know, Mr. Lewis, that he later regretted the nonviolent approach, Ms. Overstreet? He said if he had to do it again, he would take the Fred Hampton approach, the Huey P. Newton, the Malcolm X approach. Maynard Jackson in his last video, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Bond, you know what Maynard Jackson said? Atlanta had become a place of scared Negroes. That's what he said, scared Negroes. Did he not, Mr. Bond? We are sitting in the chambers of a free black man, Mr. Marvin Harrison Sr., who would not have allowed this mess to go on. Now, he would have demanded the law show the whole council that video. So imagine Mr. Amos and Mr. Winston, that Maynard Jackson, his last video, Ms. Boone, he called council and demanded everybody. He said, we have become a place of scared Negroes, Ms. Norwood. And I sit here today, in Atlanta, we got a bunch of scared Negroes. It ain't no wonder who King would march with today. It's, hey, I don't know who it would be. I sincerely don't know who would be marching with King. Because even in his camp, he had some traitors, as we know now, some scared Negroes. Those who betrayed him, that cost him his life. But Mr. Shipman, if you care enough about black folks, and then Mr. Warren, I understand that you might want to be the council president one day. You're going to have black votes, brother. You're going to have to run across city lines. You can frown your face up all you want to, but I heard you want to be the council president. You're going to have some black votes, so you have to care about some black issues. Oh, please believe it. And we are not going to allow this, man. I'm telling you, man, y'all better be prayerful that this family is a peaceful family, man, because that was dead wrong what this cop did, man. Dead wrong. And thank you.
Thank you. Next. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Robinson, you said my name, so I can ask the question I've been wanting to ask since we started today. Last week in public safety, we asked that they put out the videos on that day, and we were given an explanation why. And so, Council President, I want to know if I can have the attorney Hickson explain why they have not been able to put the tape out.
Or at least let y'all view it. At least let y'all view it.
Mr. Robertson.
Mr. Robertson, I think that she can explain, because I want to let you know, I think if you look at the public safety training meeting last week, Councilmember Bond brought it up. And then we made sure Councilmember Waits and the entire, all us, we are the choir on this, right? I made sure I said it out loud, and I said, hey, what's the protocol? Like, why did we put out the public safety training facility tape so fast and we can't put out this? So I asked them to explain the protocol. And so I think that they now have a framework that we can work with. You know what I'm saying? We never know what the box actually looked like, the box that we playing in. And so the attorney can actually explain the box that we are playing in right now once they get to this stage.
Would the Law Department like to address Councilmember Lewis's question?
Nina Hickson, City Attorney, City of Atlanta. As we explained last week and have explained previously, the death of Deacon Holloman is the subject of a homicide investigation by the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. Under the Open Records Act, there is an exception, which means that the tape cannot be released, and they have asked that it not be released until such time as that investigation has concluded. It has not concluded, and so it cannot be released publicly. However, I will mention that the attorney for the family, as well as members of the family, have been afforded the opportunity to see the tape and have
5 minutes of the tape, only 5 minutes of the tape, not the entire tape. No, Mr.
Please
Shipman,
let her do it.
only
Mr.
5
Robinson.
minutes of the tape, though, but y'all got to get the true context.
Please let her explain, then we can ask follow-up questions. That's why they sent me down here, because I ain't no scared Negro.
You guys need
I'm
to watch the tape, though. Releasing it and letting you guys watch it, you guys need to care enough to watch it.
I'm asking questions, Ms. Robinson.
Yes, sir.
Please let her. Thank you.
Okay.
the tape. An opportunity to view the tape was provided to the family and the attorney several weeks ago. Since that time, should the investigation be concluded, then the tape can be released. But at this time, it has not been concluded.
And so what I gathered from that, and I try to believe that that's on record, that's on file. What I gathered from that is that the GBI is investigating the murder, investigating what this police officer did, and the moment that it's finished, transparency from this side. We can flip the page. That's what I gathered from that they are investigating, trying to see if it's a murder on their side.
Ms. Hickson will be gone in December. Okay. In 2 months, she'll be gone.
Let's move on.
Thank you.
Hold on. The head lawyer will be gone in 2 months. Can you guys ask what will happen after she's gone?
You've had your 10 minutes.
But I tell you, even if she gone, the GBI is investigating. I asked about Mr. Cullins the same day, and today I asked about Oscar Kane tape because that investigation should be over. Like, I didn't even know that box. Now we know the box. That was the first time they actually explained what the rules are on releasing the tape. And so now that we know what the rules are, the rules are the rules. I'll be replaced one day. All of us can be replaced one day. The rules are now the rules. So we now know that on the day that they say that this investigation is over, that day, we can sit down with the attorney, Mr. Davis, and he can submit it through our office if you need to release the tape. But I think that right now we want them investigating them right now. And so I think that but yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
The family wants y'all to take a look.
Is Kiana Jones back in the room?
Look at the tape. Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
Kiana Jones? No? Okay. Next up will be Santish Cruz Williams. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Well, I have 2 minutes. I'm the daughter of Johnny Holloman. I am the daughter, the second oldest of Johnny Holloman. Why would we believe GBI? GBI wear the same column of Officer Karen Kimbrough. Release the tape. My dad was a deacon. He was a good daddy. My dad was a grandfather of 26 grandchildren, 10 great-grandchildren. My dad was a husband, an uncle, a father. Y'all close y'all eyes a minute and imagine this y'all daddy and see what we saw them 5 minutes on that tape. Y'all think we believe y'all anything y'all have to say? Release the tape. I got a son that's in 12th grade last year on this school. Yeah. He ain't able to go to school because he can't sleep. He can't eat. I'm having to deal with that. Close your eyes for a second. All of y'all. And see what y'all feel, what we feel. Imagine if this was y'all daddy. Imagine this was y'all loved one. Y'all to see what we feeling like. My daddy been dead almost 2 months now, not 2 months. Y'all release that tape. We don't want to hear what GBI said. They saw what we saw. The mayor, he said transparency. What is transparency? God damn it, I'm angry. I'm hurt and I'm emotional. My children are falling apart. I'm falling apart. And I'm Johnny Holloman seeing I can't breathe.
Next will be Portia Miller. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Can you pass this around for me, Mr. Miller? We ask that everyone, every councilman, please scan and sign the petition. And if you can't find it or your phone is not available, please go to colorchange.org and sign the petition to help the family get justice for Chairman Deacon Hallman. The scriptures say, Mark 8:36, for shall a man to profit the world, if he shall gain the world, is he ready to lose his soul? And I said that in layman terms so y'all can understand. What profits a man to gain the whole world and lose his soul? We are praying for Deacon Mayor Andre Dickens to stay up under his covenant, his first job, and that is to serve God and his people. That's the job we do as activists. That's the job we do as a loan to be on earth. Amen? August 10th, 2023, 62-year-old Deacon Johnny Hallman was killed by 23-year-old Officer Karen Kimbrough at the end of the Atlanta Police Department during what y'all know as, everyone has said, as a regular traffic stop. The family is now demanding transparency and accountability of their father's senseless murder and asking simply to release the tape. This particular incident in question has shaken up the community both religiously and spiritually, raising serious questions of the Atlanta Police Department yet again. Chairman Deacon Johnny Hallman should be here with his family, getting ready for church on Sunday morning to be a deacon and chair to be beside his pastor. I don't know about any other black person, but my grandfather was the head deacon, Baptist under the covenant of God. How can y'all not see your grandfather leaving church, getting his wife dinner, leaving his daughters from Bible study, get in an accident to end up having the officer that come to see him kill him? I don't need this. Deacon Mayor Andre Dickens, you know what God wants out of you. Do not let your title, do not let your job, and do not ever let nobody sell you out for your people, because why? We march together for the same police brutality murders over and over and over and over again in the city of Atlanta. We went from changing this state blue to now we are the butt of the commodity of murder, senseless murder of Atlanta Police Department. I'm from DeKalb County, so you know I got a little bit of a problem that I wasn't able to vote on Cop City. need you, Deacon Mayor Andre Dickens, even though you promised this family that you would help with the funeral arrangements. Huh? I said, well, Lord, that's what a man of God's supposed to do. To come to find out, he did not do that. Councilman Byron Amos, happy Solar Day. Thank you for coming out to the family. But I'm gonna need you to grab your brother by the hand, Councilman Jason Dozier, and you grab your councilman brother by the hand, Councilman Antonio Lewis. Then you turn around and grab your sisters by the hand. You get this seasoned man right here, Michael Bonds, by the hand. And y'all get out here and fight with us in the name of God. Because when the government killed Jesus, what make y'all think they won't kill us? Justice for Johnny Holman, Chairman Deacon Johnny Holman, justice for him. And we demand that the tape be released ASAP. I do this, so I know that tape can be released. If not, we're going for a civil suit. Why? Because we know, as the lady just said, it's murder. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is M. Burdette, Matika Burdette, I believe, if I pronounced that correct. You have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Good afternoon. If you could, please take 5 seconds to reflect. Make this personal to you all. Until you do that, you couldn't imagine how I feel right now. I want you to think about a male figure in your life that means the world to you, that you love, whether it's a father, a brother, a husband, a pastor, an uncle, a grandfather, great-grandfather, or just your favorite deacon from your community church. That's been a pillar to your community, our community. Think about your loved one being killed by the person that he called to get help from, the person he thought that would the person that he thought that would come to defuse the situation, instead would take his life. Also senseless. My father, Johnny Holloman, held no threat to Officer Kyron Kimbrough, a 23-year-old former A&M University linebacker, a trained professional officer of law, one that's supposed to serve and protect us. Who y'all serving? Who y'all protecting? One that I'm so pissed right now. I'm so pissed that I have to take off my job, the way I provide for my family, to fight for justice for my father who's in death, while Officer Kyron Kimbrough sit home, eating his favorite meal, relaxing, enjoying himself, while doing all this off our community taxpayers' dollars. Now I have to try to piece my life back together and learn this new normal, this new normalcy. He took not only my father, but my protector, my provider, my friend, my prayer partner, the wise one that I would call him. The guy every girl needs in their life, especially during these times in which we already live in. The hugs, the kisses on the forehead, they can never be replaced, never. The pain hurts so deeply, so deeply. Please release the video so that the world can see how my father was killed in these Atlanta streets in which he helped build. The streets he lived, the streets where he was a native, the streets he walked door to door with his kids and grandkids, campaigning, canvassing to get you, Andre Dickinson, Deacon Andre Dixon, to be our mayor, to be the change that we need. Let's be transparent here. And we want justice for our loved one, my daddy, Johnny Holloman Sr. Make it make sense. Remember, it could be you and your loved ones.
Thank you. Next will be Johnny Holman Jr. Up to 2
Hello,
minutes.
everybody. I'm Johnny Holman Jr. And it hurt me so bad that I got to look at my phone and I see the video of me and my sister pulled up at the scene with our dad getting pumped on, man, by the car accident. It hurt me so bad, man. It hurt all of us so bad. And we here today seeking for the police, the body cam. We looking for the body cam. 50 days, it been gone. My dad had been dead 50 days. Buried. And the investigation still continuing. Investigation over with. Release the video. Release it.
Thank you. Next will be Arnitra Holman. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm the eldest daughter, the oldest of Johnny Holloman Sr. This right here, I come with heavy heart, tears in my eyes. You gotta understand my position. See, that was our father. This is my family. I was on that phone call that night with my daddy. He left my house from Bible study. We had a wonderful Bible study, a good night. But little did I know that was gonna be my last encounter with my daddy. Him telling me he loved me and me telling him I love him. I hear my daddy call me. You know, the worst time of my life was these last 17 minutes and 46 seconds that I had to get on August the 10th. See, don't nobody know what we going through unless you done been there. And if you ain't been there, then you can't speak on it. I understand they keep saying it's under investigation. I understand they keep saying they tying it up. But why? Y'all only gave us 5 minutes. And I couldn't even make it through 5 minutes because that's how that video was so hurtful. The way this cop talked to my father and the way he did it. And then for you to put the narrative out there as if he was drunk, he was combative, he was aggressive, that's not my daddy's character. And for somebody to speak on him in that way, it's pissing me off. I'm not only angry, I'm mad as hell. And just like the one said, see, I'm coming in peace because of my daddy, because this is not the way I want to be. I don't want to be at peace because, see, my daddy gone. And just like my sister said, that was our provider. That was our prayer partner. That was the one that we counted on for everything. Our children are falling apart. Our babies can't function. They can't go to school. They can't eat. My nephew ain't spoke to me in 3-4 days. He just looked because he don't understand. I need somebody to understand the pain that we're going through. Y'all need to ask for that video to be released so y'all can see it. And then tell me how you feel. Make the determination on that. Everybody need to see it. Because if you got a heart, if you got family, if you ever had a father, a grandfather, it need to resonate with you. You need to understand what we going through. We ain't just asking for it to be released so they can tear up the city. We asking for it to be released so we can show transparency, so we can move on to the next chapter of our life. This is our new normal. This is what we facing every day. And then for the police to sit around and think it's a game and talk about it. Y'all done put a narrative out here about our father that we can't get back until y'all release this video. We want his name cleared. We want his name restored. We want justice. And I'm pretty sure y'all will want it for y'all loved ones. Just like my sister said, it could have easily been one of y'all. Or it could have been one of y'all children or grandchildren. When do we done got to the point where now we taking 23-year-olds and letting them disrespect 62-year-olds? When I came up, we couldn't do that. The neighbor could discipline us. The school teachers could discipline us. Now we living in a world where we don't have that no more. My daddy sent messages every Sunday for church to any and everybody. We shared our Father with so many people in our community. He would talk the young people down. He would keep them from destroying property, from getting in trouble, to having encounters with police, to stay out of trouble, because that's the Father we had. He would canvass when it was election time. That's right. He would get out and vote. He would get out and make a difference. We don't have that no more. See, all we got is memories. But like my brother said, we had to watch our daddy laying on the streets of Atlanta, the same streets he helped build. Like my uncle even said, not only did he build houses, he built families. See, we don't have that no more in our communities because you're taking it out. So I'm asking, I heard what they said, the lawyers talking about, that's BS. And it's an insult every time they keep trying to tell us this. That video can be released. We don't seen it done too many times. Everybody y'all done had the witness. Everybody they don't need to talk to done been talked to. So why not be transparent and release the video? Just like they said, Andre, the mayor, you called me. You paid your condolences and that was it. You said you were gonna get back with me and you haven't. Nobody else has called. Nobody else has visited. Nobody has talked to us, but we heard him. I wrote some stuff down. I can't even read that. I need this to be transparent. I need y'all to understand. See, my grandmother, my daddy's mother, she fought. See, I remember the old back in the day with Maynard Jackson when we were little bitty children, when we came up from Bankhead Courts, Maynard Courts, when we come up through Boyne Homes, the whole west side to Zone 1. I remember Michael Julian Bond coming down there to the centers. Right. We go to school. See, we come up with a lot of them, but our grandmothers marched. Our aunties marched. See, that's what they did. So we were little children raised up in this. So our hearts are heavy. But you got to understand where we're coming from. You got to understand what we're feeling. All of this, that don't mean nothing to me. Because guess what? My dad is gone. He's gone.
My daddy is gone. You understand? 17 minutes. 17 minutes and 46 seconds. I could hear my daddy begging, telling him he couldn't breathe. Saying, can you help me? My asthma acting up. Calling my name, baby. Can you imagine that? My daddy was hurting, but he needed me because I was his oldest child. He called me because he knew I would come. When I got in that car, I told my brother, somebody's hurting daddy. We got to go. It took me 17 minutes from the time I got up out my bed. I never turned my phone out, not one time. When I seen my daddy, the life was out of him. I ain't got nobody but somebody beating in his chest, head going up and down the concrete, the same concrete that he done paved these streets with. He was 2 minutes from his door. He waited over an hour to get help to end up dead. So that's what we doing. I can't even ride in my car by myself no more because I'm afraid that if I get stopped by the police, I'm going to end up dead.
That's right.
My children, I don't allow them to ride no more by themselves because I'm afraid that they're not going to make it back home. That's not the world we need to be living in. We got to stop this, and it got to stop now. Then you turn around and spit in our face. Even after you let us see 5 minutes of a 36-minute video, you tell us, now y'all done changed the SOP. What's refusal? Because if you watch the video, my daddy never refused to sign a ticket. He said, I'll sign it. I'll sign it. I'll sign it. And when he proceeded to sign it, he took him down. Now you tell me, is that justice? Is that fair? No, it's not. But see what? We got to live with this pain every day of my life. When I wear this shirt and when I say his name, Johnny Holloman. Say his name. See, I want y'all to understand what that name means to us. It ain't just a regular name. See, that's our daddy. That's our granddaddy. That's our great-granddaddy. That's our uncle. That's our brother. That's our chairman. That's our deacon. That's our friend. That's our provider. That was our protector. Now we don't have that no more. We don't have that. So we got to go on. And we trying to figure this new normal out. But how can we?
It's so uncomfortable.
Because we can't move. Until that video is released, we can't move. So I'm asking y'all, ask them, can y'all see it? If you ain't ready to put it out to the world, y'all look at it. And then you determine what you see on it. Tell me how you feel after you watch it.
Tell me how your heart go after you watch it. Can you keep back the tears? Can you hold back your peace? Tell me. I want to know. Because when I watched it, and I didn't watch the whole 5 minutes, my siblings and the lawyer, I got to 2 minutes, and it made me so sick, I actually literally throwed up. That's how disturbing it was, because it was my father. See, I have a 23-year-old. My sister, she got a 30-year-old, and we've never allowed now one of them to ever disrespect our daddy in that kind of manner.
But no elder, period.
At all.
Not even your daddy.
They wasn't raised that way. And for him to talk in the manner he talked to my daddy, it was inhumane and not even human. And I don't care nothing about no blue uniform or no suit. I'm talking about real life.
That's right.
See, now I feel like y'all playing games with my daddy's life. Now that he's gone. Because see, it's a bunch of BS. I don't understand it.
Investigation been over with.
I'm not trying to understand it. Only thing I want is this video to be released. And I'm asking y'all should want to see it. Y'all should want to see it. That's how this, y'all should want to see it. If the narrative is out there and we speaking on transparency, put the video out there. Let it be seen. Let it be known. Because then now y'all can see what it is, because it wasn't about a refusal of a ticket. No, it was about this officer. He had a lot of aggression, and he was mad because my daddy, my father, our father, he asked for the sergeant.
That's right.
When he asked for the sergeant, it went left.
It went left.
See, because now he felt like my daddy was questioning his authority. And I'm finna go because I know your bail done wrong. But again, I need y'all, city councils, all of you.
View that video.
View it. And once you view it, then you make the determination. You decide. You decide, because that's what we asking. That's what we asking. And I'm doing it out of peace for my dad, because he always said, love drives out darkness. So that's what we trying to go on. And I said it every speech, love drives out darkness. But I'm in a dark place, and I'm mad as hell, because that's my daddy. That's my daddy.
Thank you. Next will be Malik Poole, followed by Rob Simmons. Malik Poole, you'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malik Jihad Poole. I attend Morehouse College, and this entire day, people have been trying to appeal to your emotion, trying to appeal to your sense of humanity, trying to give you a sense of perspective about this incredibly unjust execution of Chairman Deacon Johnny Holloman. And it was an execution. When you kill someone who is literally begging for their life as they are complying with your orders, that is an execution. No judge, no jury, just one man that is a part of a system with too much power. And I wanted to contextualize that, because the definition of insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. How many decades have we been talking about training? How many times have we talked about sensitivity training this, de-escalation training that, oh, if only this, oh, if only that, maybe the officer would have made a different decision. It's not about the decision of the individual officer. The system has too much power. They have power over, apparently, all of our elected officials. Most, some of you voted no. All of our elected officials, power over the elections, and obviously, as we saw by this latest execution, power over the streets, power over the people. That's not what a democracy is. That's not what democracy looks like. I wrote this whole long, drawn-out little speech in my notes trying to bring some sense of perspective in all this, but at the end of the day, all I can say is that no one up here who has not seen that footage should be talking about anything the GBI of all organizations says about why it cannot be released. We cannot allow the police to keep investigating themselves and coming to the conclusion that they did nothing wrong. Release the video now.
Thank you. Next will be Rob Simmons. Next will be Rob Simmons, followed by Matthew Nursey. Rob Simmons. Matthew Nursey. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. My name is Matthew Nursey, and I reside in District 5. Firstly, my respects to the Holloman family. How many more times before it's enough? We need to release the footage. There isn't much more to say that hasn't already been said. Nevertheless, I'm here as a member of the Atlanta Democratic Socialists of America and a supporter of the People's Coalition to Stop Cop City to make sure we do exactly that. Thank you to the council members who have already stood up to the mayor and sided with the people. The Atlanta Committee for Progress, a committee of corporate elite figures, including CEOs of Coke, Home Depot, Norfolk Southern, Cox, are all behind the APF and its push to fund and build Cop City. The mayor, along with the city council's endorsement of this project, puts a spotlight on their alignment with corporate elites over the working class people of Atlanta. The expansion of policing is done solely to serve capitalist interests, to act as if a more militarized force would do anything to alleviate that is just absurd on its face. Certainly, we do not need more training, definitely not training of participants of apartheid to how to more efficiently kill and suppress Palestinians. As far as the fire and EMT, the firefighters and EMTs I know want nothing to do with this thing. Look at the research. There's no evidence that more training will help. I'm sure Officer Kimbrough had plenty of training. True safety in Atlanta will not be attained via increased policing. It can only be attained by the city council respecting the people's needs, and those are food security, clean water, housing, rent control, healthcare, and public transit and education. This coalition we have built is not going away. We will remember this, and we will remove you. Your seats are not safe. This is a historical moment in the city, and so I ask you, which side are you on? Are you on the mayor's side, or are you on the side of the working people of Atlanta?
Thank you. Next is Andrew Free. Following Andrew Free will be Devin Barrington Ward. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm here in solidarity with the family of Johnny Holman. My name is Andrew Free. I'm a resident of District 5. I'm a recovering lawyer, law professor, and I'm an organizer with Showing Up for Racial Justice. I came here today to ask whose $5 million is in the Cop City capital stack and what they have to gain or lose by publishing everybody's names. I came to ask about a New Markets tax credit. I thought it might be more appropriate, given what we've heard today, to just call out the city law department, because you all sit in between the tension between law and justice. The family has asked you for justice, and you've been told by your lawyer that you can't release the video because there's a pending investigation and the Georgia Open Records Act would prevent that. That's not true.
That's right.
You can type into your phone, because we have them, OCGA 50-18-72. And what you'll find, if you Google it, is it says when disclosure is not required. There's a difference between required, as in you don't have to release it, and may, you can release it, which is why we saw the full video of the fires after a week of action in March, which is why we are today approving the relocation of a Confederate general's statue. That's not required, but you may do it, right? You may do it. You don't have to. We're spending $40,000 of taxpayer money on a cemetery and $0 of taxpayer money helping this family bury their child, their loved one. And if you had read the Georgia Open Records Act, which you did not do before Ms. Robinson spoke at the last meeting, you would know that cell phones are not allowed to be released under the Georgia Open Records Act. You guys have 10 boxes, 12 boxes, however many, on the internet. Read it. The exemption, the specific exemption you are all violating by leaving it up and letting the clerk leave it up, is exemption A20 big A. Just read it.
Time's expired. Thank you. Next is Devin Barrington Ward. Following Devin Barrington Ward will be Rodney Mullins. You have up to 4 minutes to deal with time.
This is why you need white and black relationship. This is why it's so important to have white and black working together.
Mr. Robinson, thank you. Mr. Barrington Ward.
Yes. I'm newly married, and so being newly married, I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot about my ego. I'm learning a lot about my pride. I'm also learning a lot about accountability. Accountability is bi-directional. When you do a wrong and someone else does a wrong, we come together to find the right. It's about transparency. Accountability is about honesty, and accountability is about a commitment that when something wrong has occurred, you make it right. The problem in this city is that Atlanta leaders lack accountability, except when it's election time. But then you buy elections with corporations and all of these donations to bankroll your campaigns to dilute the voice of the people. We lack accountability. Right now, we have a mayor that moves more similarly than the Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, taking us to the brink, knowing damn well that he's breaking promises, that he's lying, that he's throwing this body under the bus, and y'all are just taking smiles and pictures and just happy to go along on the ride with Mayor Dickens. An example of that is what's happening right now. You all could release the body camera footage. Matter of fact, I did the work for you. Here's a resolution. It's already drafted. Here's a resolution. We just heard from the previous speaker that there's nothing in the law preventing you all from releasing this footage. What council member is willing to introduce that resolution to urge the mayor and the police department to release the body camera footage? Who has the courage? Who's willing to make what was done wrong right? Who's willing to be held accountable? Rest in peace to the deacon. In addition to that, there's more blood on this ledger, known as the decisions made by the Atlanta City Council. We need to look no further than Rice Street and the Atlanta City Detention Center. 10 people in 9 months. You all signed a lease because of Patrick Labatt. He said to you all, if you all give me the jail, no more people will die. It'll be more safe. And the exact opposite has happened. That was y'all's decision and the mayor's decision. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, is he holding a gun to you all's head? Who is making you all make these decisions? Do they have dirt on you? I heard in the rumor mill that the Atlanta Police Foundation keeps a file on all the elected officials in Atlanta, so that way, when they need you all to do what they want them to do, you do it, because you're afraid of your own dirt coming out. But who's willing to have courage? 10 people died at the Atlanta City Detention Center and the Fulton County Jail because of the decisions that you made. So yet again, I have another resolution for you all, since you all can't do the work yourselves. I know I ran for a city council, but I wasn't successful this time around. But this resolution is so that we can prevent the stem of people continuing to go to Rice Street. We've talked about everything but decarceration. We've talked about everything but diversion. We've talked about everything but mental health. We talked about everything but substance abuse. We talked about everything but the issue of law enforcement not using PAD, not using diversion, and filling the Fulton County Jail unnecessarily. So this resolution is asking that you urge the Atlanta City Police Department to increase their use of diversion, start incentivizing officers, whatever you all have to do, so that way more people aren't dying at Rice Street. A decision that you all made, that you know that Patrick Labatt sold y'all a lie.
Time is
and the
expired.
mayor's selling you another lie. Have some courage.
Thank you. Next will be Rodney Mullins. Following Rodney Mullins will be Catherine Maddox. Mr. Mullins, you'll have up to 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. My condolences to the family. Thank you. Today I want to talk about a bill that's in front of the council. This bill is called the Safe at Home Tenant Protection Bill 404, and I want to urge you that that bill is not enough. That bill does not cure the homeless problem. It doesn't address the issue of rent control. As you see, our communities are in trouble. Our communities are full of disease, and the disease that they're full of is one called viral gentrification. They have a virus. And corporate obesity. The corporate developers control our communities. And you can do something about that. So today we're saying that we want you as a council to listen to the people. The people are dying. When the people do not have safe homes, stable homes, then chaos results. You have chaos in the communities. I'm requesting you to have the social IQ, the emotional IQ to care. Because at one point, we used to be a city of civil rights. But the other disease we're suffering from is climate change. The climate in our community is changing, Councilman Waits. We should be a community of civil rights and love and compassion, no more. Because we have rental inflammation. Rent is exploding. And you could do something about it with the Atlanta Housing Authority. You are the largest property owner of low-income housing in this region. It's controlled by you. And the Atlanta Housing Authority is not doing their job. We are submitting a resolution to you. We've been working on something, and we want to submit it to you to say that you need to really protect the tenants. Now, currently, the bill 404 only talks about air conditioning. The only heat we have is from developers. Developers are taking control of the community. There are 3 corporations in Atlanta that control over 5,000 properties. They own the city. The climate is changing. I'm begging you to wake up. We're suffering from cardiovascular disease because we've lost our heart. We used to be a city that cared about each other, that loved each other. But now, this community that we are in, these leaders like Ralph Abernathy, Joseph Lowry, Martin Luther King could not afford to live in Vine City, the West Side. They couldn't afford it because the corporations have set the tone. The corporations control the climate. The corporations set the character and the ethics of our city. They determine what school the young people go to. It's controlled by corporations that are outside of this region. Now, other cities have taken control. They've said that, no, we'll have controls on external leadership. We're requesting that you do that. We're requesting that this city have the audacity and the boldness and the strength to take back control of the communities because we're in trouble. If you can't see it, I'm telling you. Because you're concentrating all the poverty in a certain locations. When I was with the Obama administration in D.C., when you want to put a city in trouble, you push all the poverty into Southwest Atlanta, into certain regions. Now you're creating problems. That's what you're doing. I'm begging you, please wake up, or this city in 5 years, we won't recognize it. You won't recognize it. Do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Catherine Maddox. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
When you're trapped in a nightmare, your motivation to awaken will be so much greater than that of someone caught up in a relatively pleasant dream. You have a family who is doing everything they can to navigate a nightmare, while many of you are determined to hold on to your illusions that continue to perpetuate the cycle of police violence because it seems politically expedient. Firstly, in solidarity with the Holloman family, release the body cam footage. They want the world to see the horrific actions taken by your officers against the irreplaceable person they love. When will the sacredness of life be upheld in the city of Atlanta's policies? Before the pandemic, the average number of people killed by police was 2. Last year, it was 7. 7 more irreplaceable people who were loved. If data showed additional training for police as antidote for police violence, I would help you build Cop City myself, but that data does not exist. What research does show is that APD is incentivized for juvenile arrest and to ratchet up arrest in general. That APD is used as a tool for gentrification, as broken down by the whistleblower in 2020. And y'all's duty to intervene isn't doing anything to solve that. Y'all couldn't even pass the Rayshard Brooks bill in 2020, which would have given you time to think meaningfully about reforming policing in dollars and cents. There's a reason why the District 12 council person who proposed a mock city on 85 acres to train police in urban warfare was replaced with a council member who is actually attempting to get answers for this grieving family. I appreciate him for doing that and letting the administration, who just last week flagrantly violated Georgia's open records law, releasing the full addresses and phone numbers of constituents, 100,000 of your constituents in a political stunt, try to use that same law to prevent this family from getting the answers for the justice that they seek. Y'all don't think we remember that when Tortuguita was killed, that they released the body cam video in February when the GBI was still investigating in March? I'll just leave it there.
Thank you. Next will be Lanny Milo. Lanny Milo. Next will be Prathali Amarkar. We have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm just going to jump in. I'm going to break this down into 3 succinct points. Firstly, accountability, something that we've talked about a lot. There is absolutely no reason why so many people's names, full names, addresses, phone numbers, birthdays were released to the public. That is absolutely unconscionable. Any paralegal, legal assistant, whatever, in any other court case, if they did that, they would be fired on the spot. I don't think they would be hired again. I don't know why there's no accountability. That is so beyond my level of understanding. There's been no statement from City Council. There's been no statement from the Mayor's office. We have seen no action taken by the City Clerk. You haven't done anything to show us that you care, that you put so many people in danger, a lot of people who have families, a lot of people who have children. You can't do that. But going off of that, I do want to provide my condolences to the family of Johnny Hallman. They should have the body cam footage that they're requesting on the same, as Ms. Maddox, who had just been before me, said, the same laws, and you're doing different things with it. APD is going to continue to enact violence against people unless they're held accountable. And then finally, does council know what the purpose of government is? Does the mayor know what the purpose of government is? Because we were taught in social studies that the purpose of government is to enact the will of the people. But that's not what's happening. So what is the purpose of government? And why does government exist then? And I'll just leave it at that. We'll leave it there.
Thank you. Next will be Shabnam Bashiri. Of up to 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Shabnam Bashiri. I'm a resident of District 2. I also want to echo and send my condolences. They're no longer in the chamber, but to the family of Johnny Hallman. Request that you release the tape. The last time I spoke to this chamber was on September 11th when we turned in the petitions. Since that time, the city has continued to not act in good faith in any capacity. Stonewalling the actual process of the petition. The mayor continues to downplay the signature collection that we did, acting like it didn't happen. But you guys have also published all of our information online. So I'm actually here today on behalf of the people whose signatures I collected, because when I saw that, I immediately was filled with a sense of guilt and responsibility for the people who I convinced to sign the petition, who now are at danger and facing threats that everybody here is well aware of why you would not want your home address, your telephone number, and your name published on the internet for all to see. I don't think any of you guys would want that to happen. So I'm asking you, The least I can do for those people right now is show up here today. I didn't want to be here. I hate public speaking, and ask you guys to not only put it on the ballot, but to also demand that the clerk take that information down immediately and release the tape. Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Mayara Paris. Mayara Paris. Final speaker today, Jody W. I just can't read the last name, sorry. You have up to 2 minutes.
That's the abbreviation for Williams. First, I want to say my condolences to the family and to ask them to release the video because the GBI have been known to tamper with evidence. Okay, I want to speak on Senate Bill 125, and I'm asking you guys to vote for this bill. Why would you not vote for this bill, Senate Bill 125? This bill will help people stay in their homes and apartments. It will address the HOA increase fees and the HOAs trying to sell homeowners property for HOA fees. This bill will help the people sleeping in their cars. You know the people, the ones you see in parking lots with all the items in their cars. This bill will support our young people who have no parents to go home to and rent is unaffordable. It will help them not to become a statistics. This bill will help stop crime. Please consider this bill. Please help the elderly not to be homeless because of rent increase. Please support Senate Bill 125. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment for today. I want to thank all members of the public who came forward to provide their comments. Next, we will move to the report of the Journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon. I, Vanessa Walden, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, hereby certify that the action minutes of the September 18th, 2023 regular meeting of council are true and correct.
Unless there are any additions or changes to the minutes, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Farokhi. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the minutes? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the journal.
Unanimous consent is 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
We have 23C-5105, a communication from Tanya Greer, County Clerk to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, submitting the appointment of Ms. Cora Dunstan to serve as a member of the Atlanta Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation is to refer to CDHS and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
23C-5106, a communication from council members Jason Winston, District 1, Amir Farokhi, District 2, and Michael Bond, Post 1 at Large, appointing Mr. Stephen Tellis to serve as a member of the Atlanta Urban Design Commission. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation is to refer to Community Development Human Services Committee and Committee on Council.
Let the item follow that course.
That concludes communications.
Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration?
No, sir.
Is there any unfinished business?
No, sir.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 1. It can be found on page 3 of the materials. These are items for second reading. The appropriate motion will be to adopt, but first let me ask my colleagues, is there anything to be removed from the consent agenda, section 1? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1. Moved by Councilmember Wan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a quick comment. Since this item was on consent, I didn't want it to pass as it just did unanimously without highlighting the second installment of the Housing Trust Fund, $11.5 million. Special shout out to Councilman Dozier for making sure it was fully funded this year. That'll be directed towards production and eviction diversion efforts, and the production will be focused on residents making 50% of AMI and below. So thank you all for your vote on that.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 2. This begins on page 26 of the materials. These are items for first reading, so the appropriate motion here will be to refer. But first, let me ask if there's anything to be removed from the consent agenda, section 2. Hearing none, Councilmember Juan has moved a motion to refer. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Winston. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open.
Waits is an aye.
The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We'll now move to the report of standing committees. First up today will be the Zoning Committee, Chair Overstreet.
Okay, let's get started on the Zoning Committee report. We'll turn our agendas to page 29. We only have one item, as the others are still winding their way through the zoning process. So I'll start with legislative number 1, 23-0-1428, case number Z-23-44. Location 1915 James Jackson Parkway and 2646 Peyton Road Northwest. The purpose is to rezone from I-1C light industrial conditional and R4 single family residential to MR4BC multifamily residential conditional. And number 1 was favorable as amended, so the motion is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 23-0-1428. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, President Shipman. That concludes zoning report.
Thank you. Next up today will be the Public Safety Legal Administration Committee, Chair Hillis.
Thank you, President Shipman. We have no legislative items to consider today. However, given what I consider an extraordinary and emergency AFRD fleet situation, I have asked the administration, including the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department and the Department of Public Works, to give us a presentation and then take some questions and answers about how we move forward. So at this time, I'm going to make a motion to go into committee of the whole.
Motion by Councilmember Hillis to move to committee of the whole. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion of the motion? We do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to moving in committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion.
Unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We will now move into committee of the whole. I will let you, Councilmember Hillis, take us from here.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as chair of the Public Safety Committee, I asked the administration, after having concerns and hearing concerns about the number of AFRD apparatus that are down for fire and public works to come present. We did have some scattered conversations, as many departments that are involved in fleet acquisition and maintenance, fire, the Department of Public Works, finance. So given that, just a little history, this first came upon my radar back in the last administration, where we thought that we were having a bad time when there were 5 to 6 fire apparatus down. And now, at least the reports that I have seen, shows that we have upwards of 14, 15, up to 17 apparatus down on a single day. We got here not overnight, not during this administration, not even during the last administration. This goes back well over a decade. But we have to find a way to move forward. We're going to have to make up for a lot of ground and then keep on keeping on, as the saying goes, each year to get this fleet back up to where it needs to be. So at this time, I understand that fire and DPW, and I believe Deputy COO Burks has joined us. They have a presentation. I will let them present. Then I will be asking some questions, and then we'll defer to my colleagues for any other questions they may have. Deputy COO or Chief Smith, whoever would like to start the presentation.
Good afternoon, President Shipman, council members, Rod Smith, Atlanta Fire Chief. I'm here to present today. Hopefully we can get some answers to some concerns that have been addressed. And I have with me the Commissioner of Public Works, as well as the Procurement Chief is available as needed. I'll start my presentation off today by sharing with you what we'll be presenting on, which will be calls for service for AFRD. We'll talk about the service model, and we'll talk about the pending fleet purchases. And from there, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Wiggins, and he will discuss what's going on with the fleet itself. Just as a snapshot of the calls for service, as you can see, Atlanta Fire Rescue is just shy of 64,000 calls servicing the citizens of Atlanta, and our members are answering the call no matter what the conditions of the equipment or our service conditions are. We are still running the calls, and we are doing the job. Atlanta Fire Rescue responds to fires, EMS calls, hazmat calls, tech services, and many other service calls that may seemingly not hit the radar. However, if they come to 911, we will answer the call. You will see in the situations found category, we are focusing on downtown. You will see that a large majority of the calls that we are running are the EMS calls, which are just shy of 40%. You will see that although a lot of fire trucks run up and down the road in our city, the structure fires represent less than 1% of our call volume. And that is the call that we tend to worry about because we have so much equipment that is moving up and down the road on those calls. But however, other calls for service, you will see things like false alarms, as well as service calls that we run throughout the city of Atlanta. Just not taking for granted that you know what the fire department does and how we provide the service, I wanted to give you a little insight and talk about the service model that Atlanta Fire Rescue practices and has been practicing for a number of years. Obviously, all calls begin through our E911 center, and we thank the men and women that are taking the calls for the city of Atlanta, in which they process that call and determine a call type that is associated with that call. What happens from there is a computer-aided dispatching system, which we refer to as CAD, that assigns that call to a specific station, as well as determine what equipment needs to go based on the level of risk. From there, we look at our service model. Our stations are strategically located to provide services throughout the city and to get to our citizens in a timely manner. From there, our service model looks at what equipment is available to meet the need that is recommended by the CAD system. So whether there are 31 engines in service or 20 engines in service, we are looking for, if an engine is assigned, we're looking for the closest engine and the closest ladder, if necessary, or the equipment that is prepared to best handle the call for the City of Atlanta. From there, we look at who is available. If we do not have anything available, the fire service as a whole utilizes a model of aid agreements. We have mutual aid agreements with all jurisdictions that are contiguous to the City of Atlanta, as well as we have a few automatic aid agreements where we provide service to other jurisdictions and other jurisdictions assist us when we need help. I'm happy to say that through our trials and tribulations over the last couple of years, as it relates to equipment, we have only had to use mutual aid one time this calendar year, which was September 17th. And we have only had to provide it one time this year. However, we stand ready to answer the call to our smaller departments that surround us, and I'm sure that they are prepared to assist us as well. Everyone here is familiar with the fire department scheduling and that we work 24 hours on and 48 hours off, and that is 7 days a week. It is no secret that our staffing shortage has our vacancy rate at about 18%. But thankfully, we have invested, thanks to the administration, in telestaff software. It is a staffing software that actually automates the hiring process. And so our men and women are afforded the opportunity to work overtime shifts to make extra money. And so we've been able to make sure that our staffing, on average, our target number is 165, and our average is right about 165. So when we do fall short for people that are assigned, our members are answering the call. So we thank them for that. As well as we have specialized teams such as our Squad 4 and our technical rescue teams that will respond out into the city with specialized and extensive training in areas that are considered to be on top of routine firefighter duties, and those are located throughout the city. Our service model also includes scheduled training in which our members have been very adaptive in making sure that even though we do not have a true training center, that they find locations that they can train in, and they come up with makeshift training, and they train at the fire stations, and they get together as battalions. And certainly last but not least, community engagement is very important to us as we seek to get out into the communities and serve in non-emergent capacities, supporting the efforts of our citizens here in Atlanta. Next, you will see here, we were here once before talking about the state of the fleet, and the administration heard our cry about what we needed. We are here again, but now the landscape has changed because we have a list of equipment that the purchasing process has begun. We are anxiously awaiting the arrival of this equipment. There are 11 pieces of equipment that are pending being delivered. Our members of technical services, as well as the First Deputy, have been very active in staying in tune with the vendors for the equipment, so much so that they make a routine and regular phone call every week, trying to prod them and get the equipment to us a lot quicker. However, the supply chain issues, have been the catalyst for the problems that we're having with getting the equipment in. And the administration has assured me that we will continue to sit down and work through what we will order moving forward, continuing our effort into a 15-year replacement cycle for all equipment. And now I'll have Commissioner Wiggins to come up and to address the fleet as a whole. And I will make myself available to answer any questions that you may have on fire at the end of his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Smith. Good afternoon, President Shipman and council members.
As Chief Smith mentioned earlier, we have a few slides for you today. Hopefully, it will help to address some of the questions that we are receiving in regards to our fire AFRD fleet. Okay, so this first slide is a snapshot of repairs that were completed over the last 30 days. As you can see, the majority of our repairs involve our pumper trucks. As you can see also that the majority of these repairs are completed within that 30-day time period. We're looking at a little bit over 90% for our ladder trucks, a little bit over 85% for our pumpers. Overall, we're hitting that 86% range. Of course, we're not happy with 86%. The goal is 100%. Given the national park shortage that we're facing, the limited supply of skilled technicians to repair the vehicles, I think we're doing a commendable job considering all the variables involved. Okay, so the next slide, we're moving into our turnaround time for apparatus repairs. This is for a 90-day time period. We filled about 270 work orders during this time period. For our engines, a little bit over 120 for our ladder trucks. About 37% of our repairs for our engines are done the very same day. Ideally, we would like for those repairs to be 100%. Please take into consideration the reason that turnaround time can be a little low is because sometimes the repairs are extensive that will require several days to complete. Sometimes it requires parts to be acquired that are very difficult to source. So all in all, over a 7-day time period, we're approaching that 80–70% range over a 7-day time period. Again, ideally, we would want to return those assets back into operation immediately. Okay, so here you will see a comparison of the work performed in-house in comparison to some of the work that's being performed by our vendors. There's a hybrid approach, how we approach the work that's conducted by vendors. Some of the work is being performed off-site. The vehicles are towed off-site to the respective vendors. We also have vendors that are working on our fleet campus to facilitate some of the repairs. As you can see, 75% of our repairs are completed within 7 days. The commercial vendors are hitting that 15% range, mainly because the extensive repairs are what we will generally involve them in, because some of the repairs will need a full crew of highly skilled technicians, and so that's why we will bring in the assistance of some of our vendors. Okay, so here's just a snapshot of our fleet inventory. As you can see, the average maintenance costs per unit over the lifetime of those vehicles is about $288,000. That is for our frontline engines. We're hitting a little bit above that for our ladder trucks. It's about $365,000. We've purchased a few new pieces of equipment over the last few years that have skewed those numbers slightly downward. All right, so we're hitting, this slide addresses the amount of requests that we receive over the weekend. Over the past 30 days, we have had about 14 vehicles that were brought over to the fleet division for repair. 12 of those 14 vehicles were repaired within a 30-day time frame, which is about an 85% rating. None of those repairs were completed over the weekend, again, because the extent of the repairs that are required or the availability of parts. The dynamic of repairing a vehicle over the weekend can be challenging, primarily because we need to allow some of the bays to remain open should we have a vehicle that would come in for routine repairs or repair that could be conducted quickly. We need those bays available So we're very cautious about disassembling a vehicle over the weekend because it may impact our ability to repair a vehicle on site very quickly. All right, so here is a breakdown of the units that we have under repair. This report was completed Friday morning. Since that time, we've had a net of 2 vehicles that have been added to that list. We expect for one of the vehicles to be repaired by tomorrow. Another one of the vehicles, we're still troubleshooting a suspension issue. It's very important that the vehicle is fully operable before we return it to service. That particular vehicle has some type of vibration in the front end, but again, it's critically important that the vehicles are fully serviceable. We have also released 1 vehicle since that report was developed. This report again goes down to the type of truck, whether it's a ladder or a pumper truck, or if parts are required. The majority of the repairs that are required, once we obtain the parts, can be completed within a 7-day time period, the majority of the repairs at least. Okay, so this slide addresses some of the things that we have done to reduce the amount of downtime for AFRD's equipment. So critical repairs are immediately escalated to the fleet manager for evaluation. Ordinarily, those repairs are conducted by the technicians and then reviewed by the supervisors. Now they are escalated immediately to the fleet manager. Also, technicians that perform lower priority repairs are immediately assigned to critically needed equipment. So if AFRD has a piece of equipment that needs to be placed into operation immediately, we take mechanics from the other side of the fleet division, such as the solid waste side, that are capable of repairing heavy equipment to help complete the repairs for AFRD. We have also secured additional vendors to assist with after hours and weekend repairs. We've offered overtime and extended weekend hours for the repair of AFRD's equipment. We have also reevaluated our inventory of parts to reduce downtime. We have a model that's called a just-in-time or a just-in-case model. Just-in-time will typically involve parts that are repaired routinely. We also have just-in-case parts that we would need that aren't used or needed as frequently as the just-in-time parts. And so we have a small inventory of just-in-case parts as well. We are always reevaluating the parts. We do have a pretty robust software program that has an inventory of parts that are ordered. We do have data analysts that are capable of looking at these parts to determine the frequency of the parts that are needed. But again, I would like to go back to the availability of parts. Some of our equipment is specialized, so this is not a piece of equipment where you can go and just go get a part off the shelf. Even sometimes during the week, it takes an extended period of time to obtain those parts. We have also partnered with a recruitment firm to help us to source highly skilled mechanics to complete the repairs on AFRD's equipment. I believe this is the last slide of the presentation. I will be happy to address any questions should you have any.
Thank you, Chief Smith, and thank you, Commissioner Wiggins. Commissioner Wiggins, since you're up at the podium, I'll really start my questions with you. You mentioned a lot of the issues that you have at Fleet Services. And again, you're, as I mentioned in, I believe, City Utilities last week, you're one piece of the pie. However, the burden would be lessened upon Fleet Services if we didn't have apparatus that should be well outside their frontline service life. You mentioned the parts acquisition issues, specifically back orders, but another item that leads to that is, again, some of this equipment is so old, it's very hard to even source parts for that. I saw a few on the detailed report of what is in Fleet Services right now. So can you go a little bit more into the parts? I know the parts weight, that was on there quite a bit on that report. Are you stocking parts in-house? I know there's, like you said, they're very specialized parts, so that's sometimes difficult to do. But go a little bit more into the parts issue and how that leads to delays.
Yes, sir. So that goes back into our just-in-time or just-in-case model. Just-in-time parts are routine parts that are replaced, such as tires, belts, hoses, brake pads, things that require replacement because of normal wear and tear. There are other items that we possibly, we would not be able to predict that they would go badly. And so those are the scenarios where we really have to be creative with sourcing some of the parts.
And then on the item where I at least saw one, I believe it was Tower Truck 11, where you haven't even been able to source a piece of equipment, I believe, that operates its ladder. Is that something you run into frequently with apparatus that are, I believe that apparatus is 12 plus years old?
Yeah. So our reserve units are typically our older units. So there is a challenge with sourcing parts for the vehicles that are a little bit older. The newer model vehicles, of course, the parts are a little bit more available. But we also experience a challenge with specialty parts. A fire truck has, hydraulic components, it has pneumatic components, has the electrical system is different. So it has more components on a truck than any of the other vehicles that we have in our inventory. So that does play a factor in our ability to get parts quickly, even for the newer vehicles. But yes, to answer your question, Councilmember Hill, is the older the vehicle, it does increase the complication of sourcing the parts.
And this may be a question for you, it may be a question for Chief Smith. When we purchase new equipment, how long is either a standard or extended warranty where those repairs or parts will be covered by the vendor?
So that varies, and I'll hand this question over to Chief Smith as well, but I will say it varies according to the piece of equipment, the part of the truck, whether it's, the powertrain or whether it's, electrical components. So that varies according to the type of vehicle and the parts that are of the vehicle that are impacted. But I'll see if Chief Smith has any additional comments.
So the strategy for moving forward with new purchases is to purchase a maintenance plan with the truck.
How many years is it for?
3 up to 5 years with that plan.
You said 3 to 5 years?
Yes.
And Commissioner Wiggins presented his service report, but on the AFRD side, how many pieces of equipment are y'all showing out as of current today?
As of current today, we have, the last I looked, it was 7, but that number is constantly changing because they're trying to get equipment back in service. And based on the email that I received from you earlier, there is a discrepancy amongst the 3 reports but I do know that, not seeing those reports, I do know that they have different functional uses, i.e. Department of Public Works, their report is showing the equipment that may be down, meaning the trucks themselves, but that operational list that you may be seeing from AFRD is about what truck may be placed where and which station or truck may be out of service temporarily.
Okay, if you could just get us a detailed report that kind of clarifies all of that so we know what is truly out of service at the shop, what may have been totaled and just taken off of the rolls totally, the status of our reserves, and then, as you mentioned, what equipment may be moved around to more efficiently cover service gaps. How many of current do we have apparatus that should be covering one first response area has been moved around to perhaps another area that has more call volume?
Do you have that number, Matt?
Currently, right now, we have about 8 units moved around to cover different stations.
8, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And just place that in the list that I requested of Chief Smith.
Okay.
The details of that. And you know, and I know, and maybe folks on the Public Safety Committee know, and others will learn. I know many people are going to ask President Shipman to be on Public Safety Committee next year. But looking at best practices, should really keep a frontline unit in 8 to 10 years, 100,000 miles, and then either put that unit in reserve, so we have somewhat healthy reserves, or some departments I've seen sell those units to other smaller departments so that unit can rest, so to speak, and meet the much less rigorous demands of smaller fire departments. How many functional reserve apparatus, fully functional reserve apparatus, do we have in service currently, meaning either out on the street or ready to go out on the street if they were called? And how many fully functional apparatus, I don't know if this is something that we engage in, but have we sold to those smaller departments to more quickly refresh our fleet?
I'd have to defer that question to Fleet Services to determine exactly how many functional reserve pieces we have.
Okay.
So on hand, I don't have a breakdown of what is a reserve piece of equipment in comparison to their primary fleet. I can gather that information and have it to you before the close of business today.
Okay, if you'll just put that on the report, and then just please clarify, as I mentioned, whether they're just fully functional or not. I know we may have some, for example, TDAs in reserve that do not have a fully functional ladder, et cetera. Speaking of Chief Smith, back to you. I know to more quickly fill this gap that we've worked together, I guess back to 2021. These TDA utility trucks, I understand the need for them, but I do have concerns about them. Basically, I believe a TDA utility truck is a TDA without a ladder. And I know, as your stats mentioned, with those structure fires being less than 1% of your responses, TDAs are also used to safe up interstate highways for our firefighters and police officers. But when you need a ladder truck, you need a ladder truck.
Correct.
So when we get those and they go into our reserves, what is the strategy there for, let's say, for example, Truck 38 and Truck 25 are both down, covering my district, Councilmember Boone's district, and perhaps others. Are we going to just have 2 council districts without ladder trucks?
So clearly, when we came up with the concept of a service truck, it was definitely not to be a temporary, it was definitely a temporary replacement for a ladder truck. However, when we look at the response model, typically when you get a structure fire and you're sending 3 engines and 3 ladders, the conversation has been that no more than 1 of the 3 would be a service truck in the need that there was a response. So that matrix would change with the management of equipment throughout the city.
Understood. Just a couple more questions, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues. So with me looking at the fleet report that I have that is detailed by the year it was put in service, the mileage, and going over those standard best practices that I mentioned a few questions ago, we need 16 frontline engines plus. We need at least 4 ladder trucks plus. And that's no small bill. As I mentioned, we didn't get here overnight. This is not the fault of this administration. I worked with then Councilmember Dickens to put forth legislation to try to get to addressing this issue back in the prior term. And then our command vehicles too. A number of them are down, and I haven't even went into our specialty units, our squad vehicles, our decon, et cetera. But this is something that's happened over the past decade. We've went multiple years, I believe 6+ years over the past decade out of the 10 years where we have ordered either less than we should have or 0 fire apparatus. And that is something that, number one, this council, this administration, including you and others, we want to work together to fill that gap. And it's going to cost a lot of money. It's going to be hurtful, but it has to be done.
And then, let's say if we ordered everything we wanted tomorrow, next year we can't say, well, we're good. We ordered 20-something fire apparatus. We have to order, I believe the number to keep, just adding those up and dividing by the years of service, we need to order somewhere around 3 to 4 engines a year and 2 to 3 trucks a year, depending on what the order is that year.
Correct.
So, we'll talk more about how we address this more immediate. I will be introducing some legislation to at least start a discussion between us all as to how we address this quickly. But when, outside of that, when do you expect to have a firm apparatus replacement plan that will help us year over year in place?
So we have the shell for that plan currently, and we're talking it over with Fleet Services and the administration to see what is feasible. We do know that based on the recommendations of NFPA, the life cycle for an engine, just looking at years alone, is 10 to 15 years. We're erring with 15 years as a good number for replacement. And you're correct. The state of our fleet has been in this space not just a decade, it's been 2 decades. Matter of fact, I was here when we replaced all of the engines and ladders at one time, which was absolutely a bad move, but it was the move that they saw to make at that time. And so we've been working to come up with a robust plan that would stand the test of time, if you will, and not put the department back in a place with a large purchase of equipment that's running cycle at the same time.
Yep. And again, looking at the need right now, today, yesterday, tomorrow, if we passed legislation today, which we aren't going to, those trucks aren't showing up and engines aren't showing up for 18 to 24 months.
The industry standard, the industry standard right now for the major distributors is 36 months.
Even worse. But are there options out there for quicker replacement? Companies that have engines on lots ready to go, potentially buying engines from departments who don't need an engine, et cetera. Has those options been explored?
So this condition is not unique to Atlanta Fire Rescue. This is going on across the country. And so we basically would be getting in line with everybody else trying to purchase what is available. We went with the most feasible presentation at that time, which was the service trucks and replacing the reserve fleet, because the majority of that equipment is well past its service life. And we were also enticed into working with this vendor because they guaranteed us they could get us the trucks within 220 days. And we found out that supply chain issues pushed them back into a corner. And so that's why the date keeps moving back on us. But we are very hopeful that the equipment will start coming in as of the latest dates presented to us, which will start arriving this month.
Understood. And lastly, want to talk about how I got here. This is something that's been on my radar, and I've seen the reports for 4 years now, and was in talks, with colleagues and others about getting a plan in place, getting these units ordered. But it really came to a head for me when I saw 12 hours after a story came out about this issue, the Northwest Drive fire, and the response. And again, I appreciate the work of the men and women of AFRD, appreciate their leadership. I appreciate your leadership. My colleagues, I appreciate, and I appreciate our mayor. But there was a quote in there that said there is no fire service delivery risk for the city of Atlanta, its citizens or our visitors, 12 hours before that fire happened. And when I saw the response to that fire, as you mentioned, there was a 2-alarm fire, which should have had 6 engines and 6 trucks at it. Those 6 trucks fighting that fire from above, given it was an apartment complex fire. And I believe there were maybe 8 or 9 engines over the 2 alarms, and only 2 ladder trucks, one of which was only fully functional. The other had issues with its water flow getting it to the top of the ladder. Squad 4, I believe both their primary unit and the reserve unit is in the shop now, according to Commissioner Wiggins' report. That squad had to respond with an airport apparatus. Another unit that should have been in a ladder truck had to respond from a collapse unit. 2 battalion chiefs had to respond from an old reserve quick unit. So that just really put it into perspective how dire this emergent situation is. So I'll leave it at that. I stand ready to help. I want to work with the administration. I want to work with fire, finance, DPW, and my colleagues, and the mayor and his leadership to get this one quickly addressed and get a number of units on order, but then make sure that we are performing with these orders year over year. So I appreciate you and Commissioner Wiggins and the leadership coming to this full council meeting. We tried to get this at the committee meeting last week, but there were some schedule conflicts, so I also appreciate my colleagues for accommodating. So I'll turn it over to my colleagues with any questions.
Thank you.
Any questions, additional questions from anybody else on council? No? Okay.
Thank you.
Want to make a motion to get us out of committee of the whole? Want to make a motion to get us out?
And I will make a motion to exit committee of the whole.
Motion by Councilmember Hillis, seconded by Councilmember Wan to move out of committee of the whole and back to the regular meeting. Is there any discussion on the motion to move out of committee of the whole? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound unanimous consent on the motion to move out of committee of the whole.
Unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. We are moved out of committee of the whole and now back into the general session.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Chair Hillis. Next, we will move to the standing committee reports. City Utilities, Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President. Today we have no report.
You. Next, we'll move to CDHS, Vice Chair Westmoreland.
No report, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the Transportation Committee, Vice Chair Lewis.
Thank you, President Shipman. The Transportation Committee report number 1 is 230-1391, item 1, page 44. An ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond is substituted by the Transportation Committee requesting the Atlanta Department of Transportation to develop a portion of the right-of-way along Mullins Street Southwest located between T Road Southeast and the dead end of Mullins Street Southwest, lying and being in land lot 212 of the 14th District of Fulton County, Georgia, adjacent to tax parcel ID 14020120002019, directing the Chief Financial Officer to identify funding in the amount of $700,000 and accomplishing $700,000 to accomplish the intent of this ordinance and for other purposes. This item is favorable. 2 yeas, 2 abstentions, 1 in Norwood. Motion is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt 23-0-1391. It doesn't need a second. During discussion on the motion to adopt. Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt this item.
Vote is open. Will all members please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Item number 2, 230-1399. Item number 2, page 44. An ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan is substituted by Transportation Committee to amend Chapter 150, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 4, Stopping, Article 5, Stopping and Standing and Parking, Division 4, Residential Permit Parking, to require that areas to be designated as residential parking permit areas shall be approved via ordinance and that they shall be designated and the regulations thereto thereunto shall be codified in the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance to amend Chapter 150, Article 5 to codify the current residential parking areas and the regulations related thereunto, which have been previously administratively authorized and for other purposes. This item is favorable on condition on substitute. The condition was that the law department to draft a substitute for the final language by today's full council meeting. The condition has been met. Motion to bring forth the substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Lewis to bring forth the substitute. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Juan. I'm assuming that everybody's received the substitute via email. During discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute. Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Would everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Motion to adopt on substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember Juan, to adopt 23-0-1399 as substituted. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to adopt as substituted carries.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Hold just 1 second, Chair Lewis.
Okay.
Vice Chair Lewis. Councilmember Boone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I would like to make a motion to reconsider the T Road paper that is located in Council District 10. I will be abstaining from this piece of legislation. Thank you.
It's a motion by Councilmember Boone, seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland to reconsider 23-0-1391, correct? Is that the correct one, Councilmember Boone? Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to reconsider.
1 moment, please. The vote is open. The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to reconsider carries. We will now reconsider 23-0-1391. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President, I have been advised that I need to disclose that this property does belong to my cousin. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Boone. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt 23-0-1391? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt this item.
One moment, please. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Lewis is yay.
The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention, as noted by Councilmember Boone. As to the reason, the motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for the assistance.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lewis. Next, we'll move to Finance Exec Chair Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, if you'll turn to page 47 in the agenda, I'll go ahead and take the first item, 23C-5085. It's a communication from Danielle Hampton, Chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the Performance Audit Report Business License. The motion from the committee is to accept and file.
Motion coming out of committee to accept and file 23-C-5085. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to accept and file this item? We can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to accept and file.
Unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to accept and file carries.
All right, Mr. President, I'd like to take items 2, 3, and 6 together as they're the same motion from the committee.
Without objection, please proceed.
First item, 23-01192, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed blank from the District 6 carry-forward account to the Morningside Lennox Park Association and for other purposes. 23-01493, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to amend the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to mandate all retail businesses within the City of Atlanta accept cash payments to establish secure digital transaction hubs and for other purposes. And 23-01527, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $500.00 to blank from the Post 1 at-large carry-forward account to support blank and for other purposes. Motion on all three items is to file.
Motion coming out of committee to file these three items. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file these items.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to file carries.
All right, next item is item 4, 23-01500, a substitute ordinance by Finance Executive Committee to ratify services rendered in connection with Agreement FC 6120, Citywide Janitorial Services, Groups B, C, and D, with American Facility Services, Inc., to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute Amendment Number 11 to the agreement to extend the term on a month-to-month basis for up to 4 months, effective from July 1st, 2023 through October 31, 2023, and to add funds to the agreement on behalf of the Departments of Enterprise Asset Management, Watershed Management, and Parks and Recreation in an amount not to exceed $1,644,932.24. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the various fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes. Motion from the committee is to adopt.
Motion coming out of committee to adopt 23-0-1500. It doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries.
All right, next item, 23-01522. Mr. President, there is a substitute that changes the caption. I'm going to make read in the new caption and make the motion to bring it forward. It is 23-01522, an ordinance by Councilmember Keisha Sean Waits as substituted by the Atlanta City Council, authorizing donations in a total amount not to exceed $38,000.00 from the Post 3 at-large carry-forward account to support various nonprofit organizations and for other purposes. The substitute changes the amount and adds additional donor recipients. I'll make the motion to bring the substitute forward.
The motion to bring forth the substitute by Councilmember Wan. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland. During discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute. Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Now that the substitute is before us, I'll make the motion to approve on substitute.
So Councilmember Hillis? Councilmember Hillis is a yes, actually, on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
Noted. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
All right, now that the substitute is before us, I'll move to adopt on substitute.
The motion by Councilmember Wan to adopt 23-0-1522 on substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth on the motion to adopt as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will all members please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt is substituted carries.
All right, the next three items, Mr. President, I'd like to take together because they do have the same motion.
Without objection, please proceed.
All right, number 7, 23R4131, a resolution by Finance Executive Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute special procurement agreement number listed, title examination with Augusta Title, Inc. on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department pursuant to Section 21191.1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for a term of 3 years with 2 one-year renewal options in an amount not to exceed $100,000.00 annually. All contracted work will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account number listed herein and for other purposes. Number 8, 23R4150, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone authorizing the reemployment of retiree Dermis Strozier as a special events manager in the Mayor's Office of Special Events pursuant to Section 3-505A of the Charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, for a period not to exceed 520 business days. Compensation will be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account number listed herein in an annual amount not to exceed $65,000.00 and for other purposes. And 22R4719, a resolution by council members Jason Winston and Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to terminate the lease agreement between the City of Atlanta and the Atlanta City Employees Credit Union for office space located at 226 Peachtree Street, consisting of approximately 1,068 square feet of office space, effective as of November 30th, 2022, to enter into a lease termination agreement and for other purposes. Motion from the committee on all 3 items is to file.
Motion coming out of committee is to file these 3 items. Doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file these 3 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file these items carries.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Wan. Finally today, Committee on Council, Vice Chair Amos.
Mr. President, we have no report today.
No report. Thank you. Next, we will move to personal papers. I believe we have one. Let's see. We have one for immediate consideration. Councilmember Faroki. Oh, you do?
That is being copied.
Okay. I believe we'll have another one as well, but we'll start with Councilmember Faroki if he's ready.
Thank you, Council President Shipman. Items ID 33754, resolution by Councilmember Faroki, authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $40,000.00 to the Global Apprenticeship Foundation, Inc., pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support the 2023 fall edition of the Sweet Auburn Music Fest in the City of Atlanta, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation and to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes. Whereas the Global Apprenticeship Foundation is a 501c3 nonprofit whose mission is to empower underserved populations by building communities with individuals and organizations from within the community. And whereas the Sweet Auburn Music Fest, held September 30th to October 1st, 2023, is the largest free outdoor festival in the southeastern U.S., attracting thousands of attendees each year to the Sweet Auburn district in the City of Atlanta. And whereas the City of Atlanta would like to support the Global Apprenticeship Foundation in hosting the 2023 fall edition of the Sweet Auburn Music Fest through donation in a total amount not to exceed $40,000.00 to assist with various costs for the festival. And now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter, the Chief Financial Officer or his designee is authorized to make a donation to the Global Apprenticeship Foundation, Inc. in a total amount not to exceed $40,000.00. Be it further resolved that the Chief Financial Officer is hereby authorized to charge and to pay the donation authorized hereby from 1001 General Fund 200101 non-departmental reserve of fund appropriations, 5212001 consulting professional services, and 151200 accounting. Be it further resolved that the mayor or his designee is authorized to execute any agreements necessary to effectuate this donation. Be it further resolved that the donation and any related agreement shall not become binding upon the city, and the city will incur no obligation or liability under the same until they have been approved by the city attorney or her designee as to form executed by the mayor or his designee and delivered to the Global Apprenticeship Foundation, Inc. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions or parts of resolutions that are in conflict with the terms of this resolution are hereby waived to the extent of the conflict. I move to approve.
There's a motion by Councilmember Faroki to adopt Elms 33754. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Winston. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilmember Amos, how would you like your vote reflected? Councilmember Amos, how would you like your vote reflected? An aye. Please reflect Councilmember Amos as an aye.
Duly noted. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
I think they're passing it out.
I believe we're going to have one more item for immediate consideration. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have Elms ID number 33775, a resolution signed by all members of council that are present. That includes Waits, Westmoreland, Lewis, Boone, Overstreet, Hillis, Wand, Dozier, Amos, Faroki, and Winston, Lewis, and Bond. A resolution urging the bearer and the Atlanta Police Department to release the August 10th, 2023 video recording of the police-related incident involving Mr. Johnny Holloman and for other purposes. Whereas on August the 10th, 2023, Mr. Holloman was involved in a traffic accident near Cunningham Place and Joseph Lowry Boulevard, whereas following the interaction with the Atlanta police officer, Mr. Holman became unresponsive, and whereas the interaction between the police officer and Mr. Holman was captured on recorded by a police officer's body camera, whereas the Atlanta Police Department allowed members of Mr. Holman's family to view the recorded a portion of the recorded incident, whereas the family members of Mr. Holloman have requested that the Atlanta Police Department release the full recording of the incident and make it available to the public at large. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the bearer and the Atlanta Police Department is urged to release the August 10th, 2023 video recording of a police-related incident involving Mr. Johnny Holloman as requested by his family. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith are hereby waived to the extent of the conflict. I would move approval.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond, seconded by Councilmember Lewis to adopt Elms ID 33775. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Councilmember Wan.
Mr. President, I'd like to ask the Law Department to weigh in this. I just heard that there is a hearing that's going to be on Thursday about this very case, and it may not be in our interest to wade into this, but I didn't get, it was just mentioned quickly, and I'm going to have to lean on the Law Department for more context.
Would the Department of Law like to comment on the question?
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Laws. Our understanding that there is an employee response session scheduled with the Chief of Police concerning this matter for this Thursday, where disciplinary recommendations will be considered by the chief, and the employee will have an opportunity to respond thereto.
Councilor Juan.
That's all I knew about it. Is there any concern about doing this in advance of that? I guess is the real question.
I don't know if law wants to.
Law did not have it. Law's reviewed the proposed resolution and did not have any concerns from a legal standpoint in regards to the resolution.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I just want to make sure the reason we like this legislation, the reason why we wrote it was because we made sure the law department saw it first. And we made sure that we crossed all our T's and we dotted all our I's because we want to make sure we're doing transparency. And so I want to say I appreciate Councilmember Michael Julian Bond for his leadership and his legacy leadership on his council and leading this effort. I think that our job in the city of Atlanta is to tell folks when we see stuff going wrong. And I appreciate you for standing up right now to show us how to do it. Thank you.
Any other comments on the legislation? Got a motion to adopt. Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open.
Just for the record, Mr. Lewis was the seconder of the motion. Lewis was the seconder.
The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. And again, we want to extend our sympathies to the Holloman family. We know it takes a lot, one, to lose a relative and a loved one under any circumstance, but to have to bear what they've borne today. Well, a couple of months ago, we want to know that we are in sympathy with them, and we wanted to take a position that reflected that, regardless of how the investigation comes out. We want a thorough investigation, and we want to make sure it's done by the numbers, because a couple of years ago, when there was another incident, the procedures were not followed, and those officers who were involved were reinstated as a result of that. And so we're in sympathy with them, but we need to make sure that we follow our procedures to make sure that everybody's rights are protected. And so again, just want to extend condolences to the family and thank our colleagues for supporting the resolution.
Councilmember Bond. Councilmember Lewis.
And so similar to a few weeks ago when we did some immediate consideration, we have the entire council on board voting one way. I think that we need to move this to the mayor's office post haste. So I move that we send this to our mayor post haste.
There's a motion to move post haste by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember Bond. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
Unanimous consent is 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries. Well, I'm going to give the birthday away first. Now, given that Councilmember Amos has the very large balloons behind his chair, we will now move to papers for referral. Councilmember Amos, and the happiest birthday wishes to you.
Thank you, Mr. President. AMS number ID 33667, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos A resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Second Amendment to Special Procurement Agreement SP-S-1230057, compensation and classification study for all sworn police and fire with Mercer US LLC on behalf of the Department of Human Resources to add 8 additional peer agencies for an additional $16,000.00, bringing the total agreement amount not to exceed to $301,000.00. All contracted work will be charged and paid from the fund, procurement organization, and account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Items ID 33667 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
AMS ID 33766, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Jones Avenue Northwest and Sunset Avenue Northwest an always stop control intersection, to request that the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Items ID 33766 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Resolution 33767, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Neal Street Northwest and Sunset Avenue Northwest an all-way stop control section, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Items ID 33767 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
AMS ID 33755, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, a resolution authorizing the mayor to apply for and accept an anti-displacement grant with the Rocket Community Fund for the purpose of providing property tax assistance to City of Atlanta homeowners and for other purposes.
Items ID 33755 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Last but not least, Mr. President, AMS number 33773, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to rename Anderson Park to Coach Charles Rambro Senior Park, to waive certain provisions of the City of Atlanta Code for ordinance relating to the dedication of public spaces within the City of Atlanta, which are not applicable where a dedication is initiated by the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Items ID 33773 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. What did I do with it? I'm missing my ordinance. Did I give you? Is there something? Mr. Faruqi's paper in my folder. I had another one. Well, apparently it's grown some legs. So we'll try to.
Okay. We'll go ahead and let Councilmember Boone, and we'll come back to Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. ELMS ID number 33748, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone, a resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $2 million to Star C Corporation pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support administration of an eviction diversion program for low-income City of Atlanta residents, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, to authorize a chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 33748 will be jointly referred to CDHS and FEC committees.
ELMS ID number 33666, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute contractual agreements for RFP PPSDHR 2304-1230295, Employee Benefits 2024 with blank on behalf of the Department of Human Resources for a term of 1 year from January 1st, 2024 through December 31st, 2024, with 2 one-year renewal terms in an amount not to exceed $0 million and 0 cents to be charged to and paid from accounts listed and for other purposes.
Items ID 33666 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Bond. This paper has returned.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an ordinance signed by all members of council who were present. That's Waits, Westmoreland, Boone, Overstreet, Lewis, Hillis, Juan, Dozier, Amos, Faroki, and Winston, and Bond, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city of Atlanta to accept the donation of a historical marker from the National Collaborative for Women's History Sites and National Votes for Women's Trail for the purpose of installing a suffrage centennial historic marker at Washington Park, to authorize the mayor or his designee to execute any agreements necessary to effectuate the acceptance of these donations and for other purposes.
Items ID 33776 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, President Shipman. My first item is Elms ID number 33645. An ordinance by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Atlanta Workforce Development Agency, also known as WorkSource Atlanta, to accept the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act Adult Program Grant in the amount not to exceed $143,074.00 from the Technical College System of Georgia, Office of Workforce Development, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY24 Job Training Grant Fund budget by adding 2 anticipations and appropriations in an amount not to exceed $143,074.00 and for other purposes.
Items ID 33645 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
All right, next item is Elms number 33760, a resolution by Councilmembers Jason Dozier, Andrea Boone, Byron Amos, Jason Winston, and Matt Westmoreland requesting state and federal government support the installation of a Type 2 noise barrier wall along 5 miles of Interstate I-20 from Hill Street southeast to Hamilton E. Holmes MARTA Station, known as part of an initiative known as the 5 Mile Project, and for other purposes.
Items ID 33760 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
The next item is Elms number 33756, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Matthews Street Southwest and Joseph E. Lowry Southwest and Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard Southwest an all-way stop control intersection, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install a stop sign at the intersection for other purposes.
Items ID 33756 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Next is Elms number 33758, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to make Hall Street Southwest and Richland Road Southwest an all-way stop control intersection, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install a stop sign at the intersection for other purposes.
Items ID 33758 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
The last item is Elms number 33759, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Kenilworth Street Southwest from Avon Avenue to Campbellton Road Southwest and for other purposes.
Items ID 33759 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
That concludes my papers for introduction.
Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
Thank you, Council President. 3 papers. The first is Elms ID 33751, a resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing the mayor to renew the existing intergovernmental agreement on behalf of the City of Atlanta with Fulton County, Georgia, by which the City of Atlanta and Fulton County, Georgia would agree to fund and support the Center for Diversion and services for a renewal term of 4 years, which shall be renewable upon the Atlanta City Council approval, to aid the desire of the City of Atlanta and Fulton County, Georgia, to transition away from legal system responses that utilize jails or arrest for concerns related to homelessness, mental health, problematic substance use, and poverty, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33751 will be referred to the PSLA committee.
Elms ID 33752, a resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroki, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute special procurement agreement SP-S EO 2209-1230092, Center for Diversion Services operator on behalf of the City of Atlanta pursuant to Section 2-1191.1 with Grady Memorial Hospital Corporation to serve as operator for the Center for Diversion Services, effective on January 1st, 2024, for a term of 2 years with one 2-year renewal option in an amount not to exceed $12,140,941.00, and to add to the scope of work to serve as medical and behavioral health screening provider, all contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33752 will be referred to the PSLA committee.
Finally, Elms number 33779, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a special procurement agreement with Clay House Public LLC on behalf of the Atlanta City Council District 2 office pursuant to Section 2-1191.1 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, 3 years and 2 months retroactively effective November 1, 2022, in an annual amount not to exceed $79,999.92 to ratify services rendered in connection with the agreement beginning November 1, 2020, there's a typo here, 2022, I believe. All contract work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33779 will be referred to the FEC committee. Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
Elms 33761, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on St. Paul Avenue Northwest between Hightower Road Northwest and Hollywood Road Northwest in order to reduce speeding and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33761 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms 33765, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis requesting the mayor or his designee to install traffic calming devices on Carroll Drive Northwest between Marietta Road Northwest and Marietta Boulevard Northwest in order to reduce speeding and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33765 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 33689, a resolution by Council members Dustin Hillis and Byron Amos authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement for IFB DOT 2210-1230130 unpaved roads Phase 1 with Precision 2000 Incorporated on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for a term of 2 years with 0 renewal options in an amount not to exceed $2,398,838.70. All contracted work, 76 cents, excuse me, all contracted work to be charged to and paid from the fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33689 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 33768, an ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Michael Julian Bond, Antonio Lewis, Jason Dozier, Matt Westmoreland, Amir Faroki, Alex Wan, Jason H. Winston, Keisha Waits, and Byron Amos to amend Chapter 2, Article 10, Division 4, Section 2-1215 to establish minimum traffic control operational requirements to be included in city contracts subject to the procurement code, to require that where necessary to comply therewith, contractors shall hire off-duty post-certified law enforcement officers employed by an agency having original jurisdiction over actions occurring at the location of the traffic control operations and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33768 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms 33770, a resolution by council members Dustin Hillis, Andrea L. Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Alex Wan, Jason Winston, Mary Norwood, Byron Amos, Liliana Bakhtiari, Jason Dozier, Keisha Sean Waits, Michael Julian Bond, Howard Shook, and Antonio Lewis, submitting an official request to Invest Atlanta for tax allocation district funding from the Perry Bolton TAD in an amount of $3,400,000.00 to purchase a new Engine 22, a new Engine 28, a new Battalion Chief 2 vehicle to be stationed at Station 22, and a Squad 22 heavy rescue apparatus, submitting an official request to Invest Atlanta for tax allocation district funding from the West Side TAD in an amount not to exceed $2,800,000.00 to purchase a new Engine 1, a new Truck 1, tractor-drawn aerial, and a new Division Chief 1 vehicle, submitting an official request to Invest Atlanta for tax allocation district funding from the Beltline TAD in an amount of $2,700,000.00 to purchase a new Engine 7 and a new Truck 14 tractor-drawn aerial for a total amount of $8,700,000.00 across all three tax allocation districts to be transferred upon approval of the applicable TAD and Invest Atlanta boards to the City of Atlanta for emergency fleet replacement purchases on behalf of the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33770 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 33771. An ordinance by Council members Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, Amir Faroki, Howard Shook, Andrea L. Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Alex Wan, Jason Winston, Mary Norwood, Byron Amos, Leon Bakhtiari, Jason Dozier, Keisha Sean Waits, Michael Julian Bond, and Antonio Lewis, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2024 budget by transferring appropriations from the citywide reserve in an amount not to exceed $13,700,000.00. Excuse me, $16,400,000.00 to the Capital Asset Fund for Atlanta Fire Rescue Field Operations Administration vehicles to purchase 18 new fire apparatus to include 12 new engines and pumpers, 2 new tractor-drawn aerial fire truck apparatus, 1 new tower platform truck, and 3 new battalion division chief vehicles and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33771 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Please, my items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
Thank you, President. Elms ID 33762, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis authorizing the transfer of $15,000.00 from the District 12 carry forward account to the District 12 distribution account to continue serving the Atlanta community for the public good and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33762 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 33757, an ordinance by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Sections 1092B of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirements listed in the Section 1088.1 for package stores licensed to sell liquor, malt beverages, and or wine for an establishment located at 825 McDaniel Street, Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, 30310, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33575 will be referred to the PSLA Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
All right. Elms ID number 33640, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, an ordinance to waive Chapter 2, Article 9, Division 1, Section 2-910, grants applications of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to ratify the City of Atlanta's application with the United States Department of Homeland Security for the FY23 non-competing continuation funding for the FY19 securing of the city's program, to authorize the chief financial officer to accept the award of the NCC grant funding, and to amend the FY 2024 budget in the amount of $2,000,000 to anticipate and appropriate grant funds from DHS, to authorize the mayor or the director of the mayor's office of emergency preparedness as his designee to enter into any required agreements necessary for the implementation of this award, to amend the funding string for the STC position and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33640 will be referred to the PSLA committee.
Okay. A resolution authorizing, EMS ID number 33749, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, a resolution authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $200,000.00 to Open Doors Solutions Incorporated pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter, to support identifying and placing low-income Atlanta residents into safe, affordable, and secure housing units, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, to authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33749 will be jointly referred to the CDHS and FEC committees.
Thank you, President
Thank you.
Shipman.
Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. First item is ELMS ID 33753. It's a resolution by council members Alex Juan, Matt Westmoreland, and Keisha Shawn Waits, authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $75,000.00 to the Atlanta Pride Committee, Inc., pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter, support the 2023 Atlanta Pride Festival in the City of Atlanta, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, and authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33753 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
ELMS ID 33746, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Juan authorizing the chief financial officer to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in an amount of blank, all funds to be charged to and paid from fund, department, organization, and account numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33746 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
An ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, and Jason Dozier authorizing reimbursement in an amount not to exceed $74,800.00 to Zoo Atlanta for lighting safety improvement installations on Grant Park Gateway and for other purposes.
Sorry, what's the Elms ID on that? Sorry.
8.
33778 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right, ELMS ID 33772, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan, Jason Dozier, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Keisha Shawn Waits, Jason Winston, Dustin Hillis, Amir Faroki, Byron Amos, Andrea Boone, Matt Westmoreland, and Antonio Lewis, to authorize the carryover of any remaining vacation extra carryover excess leave accumulations subject to Ordinance 23-01305 for officials and employees through and including June 30th, 2024, to waive provisions in Section 114.415 necessary to effectuate this ordinance and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33772 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right, ELMS ID 33769, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan to create a residential permit parking program for the 1900 block of Windermere Drive Northeast in Morningside from the corner of Cheshire Bridge, and to include the entire 1900 block of Windermere Drive Northeast pursuant to these provisions of Chapter 150 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances titled Traffic and Vehicles, Article 4 titled Stopping, Standing, and Parking, Division 4 titled Residential Permit Parking, and to waive certain requirements of City Code sections listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33769 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
And 33774, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Juan amending the fiscal year 2024 general fund budget by anticipating and appropriating an amount not to exceed blank from the council president and council member carry forward accounts with a net amount of blank to be returned to the council president and council member carry forward accounts for the true up of the fiscal year 2024 carry forward balances and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33774 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
All right, that concludes my...
Councilor Waits.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 33780. This is a resolution by Councilmember Keisha Waits urging the Atlanta Police Department and other law enforcement agencies within jurisdiction within the city of Atlanta to expand the use of diversion services, encouraging Fulton County and Fulton County Sheriff to take similar measures in addressing overcrowding and safety concerns at the Fulton County Jail and for other purposes.
Homes ID 33780 will be referred to the PSLA committee. Thank you. Councilor Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. First two are for, Elms ID 33745, an ordinance by council members Matt Westmoreland and Mary Norwood, authorizing a donation in an amount not to exceed $20,000.00 from the District 8 discretionary fund account to Park Pride to support Friends of Beaver Brook Park and for other purposes.
Homes ID 33745 will be referred to the CHS committee.
33710, ordinance by resolution by Westmoreland and Norwood, requesting the mayor or his designee make an intersection of Haven Ridge Drive and Woodward Way Northwest an all-way stop controlled intersection to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Homes ID 33710 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
33763, an ordinance by Westmoreland, authorizing a donation amount not to exceed $1,000 from the Post 2 at-large carry-forward account to Atlanta Out of the Darkness Community Walk and for other purposes.
Homes ID 33763 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
33764, Westmoreland, donation in amount not to exceed $1,000.00 from the Post 2 at-large carry-forward account to Midtown High School Forensics Booster Club and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33764 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms ID 33777, a resolution by council members Westmoreland, Winston, Wan, Lewis, Overstreet, Boone, Bond, Waits, Faroki, Amos, and Hillis, authorizing the city of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $150,000 to the Atlanta Land Trust pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to administer 21 permanently affordable home ownership units for low and moderate income Atlanta residents, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, to authorize the chief financial officer to or his designee to make the donation authorized hereby from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Homes ID 33777 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
33747, Westmoreland, Winston, Waits, Lewis, Boone, Hillis, Bond, Faroki, requesting the provisions be included in the funding agreements for any residential housing development receiving financial incentives from the City of Atlanta, requiring the disclosure of all fees that a tenant will be responsible for paying that are in excess of the rental rate prior to the acceptance of application fee of or any other fees from a potential tenant, requesting that the provisions be included in such funding agreements requiring financial incentive recipients to engage in mediation with tenants subject to eviction proceedings for non-payment of rent 30 days prior to commencement of the eviction process, requesting that provisions be included in such funding agreements requiring the projects that do not receive project-based rental subsidies from the Atlanta Housing Authority doing business as Atlanta Housing to make available housing units for households utilizing tenant-based rental subsidies and for households utilizing any other forms of documented income or rental assistance, requesting the Atlanta Development Authority doing business as Invest Atlanta, Atlanta Beltline Inc., the Fulton County Development Authority, and the Metro Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority adopt policies requiring such provisions be included in the funding agreements for any residential housing developments receiving financial incentives therefrom and for other purposes.
Homes ID 33747 will be jointly referred to the CDHS and FEC committees.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Winston.
Thank you. First is Elms ID 33551, an ordinance by council members Jason H. Winston and Liliana Bakhtiari, an ordinance authorizing the chief financial officer to amend the fiscal year 2024 intergovernmental grant fund budget by adding an amount not to exceed $250,000.00 to anticipations and appropriations for the reconfiguration of Bill Kennedy Way between the Atlanta Beltline East Side Trail and Atlanta Beltline South Side Trail on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33551, Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 33642, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute amended secured note between the City of Atlanta and PEP Development LTD LP to forgive the unpaid remaining balance of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Home Investment Partnership Program loan with PEP Development LTD LP for the construction of improvements on certain property known as Kings Manor Apartment located at 869-875-855 Capitol Avenue, at the addresses listed on Crew Street and addresses listed on Ormond Street, Atlanta, Fulton County, Georgia, in an amount not to exceed $300,000.00. Conditioned upon the payment by PEP Development Ltd. LP of the outstanding accrued interest under the note currently totaling $2,398.22 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33642 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms 33643, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute an amended secured note between the City of Atlanta and PEP Development Ltd. LP to forgive the unpaid remaining balances of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Home Investment Partnership Program loan with PEP Development Ltd. LP for the construction of improvements on certain property known as Kings Manor, apartments located at the addresses listed, in an amount not to exceed $300,000.00 of the outstanding accrued interest under the note currently totaling $98,404 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33643 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID 33644, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute an amended secured note between the City of Atlanta and PEP Development Ltd. LP to forgive the unpaid remaining balance of a U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant loan with PEP Development Ltd. LP for the construction of improvements on certain properties known as Kings Manor Apartment at the addresses listed in an amount not to exceed $835,114.16, conditioned upon the payment by PEP Development Ltd. LP of the extending accrued interest on the currently totaling $297,964.46 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33644 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID 33698, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, an ordinance to amend the City Council Ordinance 23-0-1262, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on June 5th, 2023, and approved by operations of law on June 14th, 2023, to add the omitted account streams to reflect the account from which the Department of Homeland Security, Federal Emergency Management Agency, Emergency Food and Shelter, National Board Grants Program, awards in the amount of $6,891,673.24 will be charged to and paid from accounts listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 33698 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other papers for referral today? Hearing none, we'll move into general remarks. Any general remarks from the body? Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to note the passing of Dr. Alfred Wyatt, a longtime band director at Clark Atlanta University, and he had a long and storied career, and he was known as the dean of all of the band directors in the city of Atlanta, having taught in APS for many, many decades. He passed away last week, and I'd like to ask if we could just take a quick moment of silence, ironically, to honor a man who brought so much music and sound to the city. Oh, we did do it? Okay, well, I asked Mr. But I'll add my voice to it then, and to recognize Dr. Wyatt. And the second announcement, our Hello Fresh this week will be at the Lindsay Street Baptist Church, 550 Lindsay Street Northwest at the corner of Lindsay and Joseph Lowry, this Wednesday, October the 4th at 2 p.m. So please pass the word.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have just a few announcements. The first is that a few weeks ago, there was a lot of interest and concern from downtown business stakeholders about a rapid rehousing project happening in South Downtown at 184 Forsyth Street. We will be having our very first public meeting about that rapid housing project. That meeting will be held at 2 Peachtree Street at the city's conference area there at 6 o'clock p.m. So that's the first of many public meetings that we'll be having on this issue, but I want to make that known, that a reminder for folks that we'll be holding that meeting tomorrow. Secondly, for most of us, we got frantic calls from constituents over the last, or 2 weeks ago, during some severe flooding that we had experienced as a city, particularly in my district and Councilmember Amos's district. Just the flood waters create a lot of issues, particularly for our students at Atlanta University Center. Thanks to Councilmember Amos's leadership, partnering with myself and Councilmember Winston, we're actually going to be doing a work session on October the 19th at 1:00 p.m. That work session is going to be discussing not only what happened, but how can we prevent that as a city from happening again, working with the Department of Watershed Management to address stormwater challenges that we're facing as a city, especially in the face of climate change. And the last thing I want to share, I just want to give a big thank you to the Atlanta Braves Foundation. 2 weeks ago, we did a ribbon cutting for new base paths, bases, scoreboard, bleachers, a new batting cage over Rosa Birney Park in Mechanicsville. The Braves came through largely because I reached out in response to unfortunate shooting that took place last year. 6 people were shot, 2 people were killed. One of the people that was shot at that incident was a 6-year-old. This took place during a softball game at a field that the Atlanta Braves Foundation built during the 1990s, and they came back out in a big way. And I just really appreciate them and their generosity for supporting our community, particularly as it's been working to heal through gun violence over, at least I've been in the community for 10 years, and unfortunately, we have a lot of work to do, but I'm appreciative of the Braves Foundation and the Atlanta Braves organization for their support and in their work honoring our community. So that's it. I appreciate my colleagues.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
And thank you, President. And today's a good day. I wanna make sure I don't skip any birthdays because there's a lot of birthdays that happened this past weekend for myself. So first, I want to say happy birthday to my mother-in-law, mother-in-law, Mama Elizabeth Fogel, for happy birthday yesterday. I want to wish my father, Herbert Lewis, a happy birthday today. I want to wish Tori Aldrich, my cousin, a happy birthday today, and my nephew, Antoine Brown, a happy birthday for this weekend. So just want to make sure I put the happy birthdays in the air for my folks around us. And lastly, this Friday and every other Friday at Roselle Fan Recreation Center is Free Food Fridays with Councilman Lewis. Our goal is to help at least 1,000 people with boxes of food. Last week, we were able to give out 15 pounds of chicken, bags of chicken, 15-pound bags of chicken in the boxes. So the goal is every single week get at least 10-pound bags of chicken. Last week you had 15, so you never really know what's gonna be there. At least 10 pounds bag of chicken and other things will be. So thank you, President, for allowing me this moment.
Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Once again, we're back at work anniversaries. I'd like to wish Mary Tanner a happy 10-year anniversary with the city. Also with acknowledgments, free food distribution at my home church, Beulah Baptist Church in Vine City on this Saturday, October the 7th, starting at 10 a.m. I was happy to convene another meeting of the Atlanta City Council and the Atlanta Public School Board, as well as we discuss ways to support our youngest constituents. And then keeping in the theme of this being Libra season, I'd like to wish our President Carter, longest living president at age 99, a happy birthday. And also to a young lady I guarantee you is not watching, and that's my granddaughter. She turns 4 today, so I'd like to wish her a happy birthday as well. And then for everyone who have wished me an early happy birthday, which mine is October the 9th, just remind you all it's Libra season, and thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you. Just want to invite everyone out to our first annual Camp Creek Wine Festival. That will be that'll be this Saturday, and it's at the Princeton Lake, which is right behind the AMC movie theater, right at Camp Creek Marketplace. The actual address is 3870 Red Wine Road Southwest, but the Camp Creek Wine Festival happens this Saturday, October 7th. from 12 noon to 5 p.m., so it's respectable, but this is an all-adult affair, obviously. So let's be at least 21 years old coming in there drinking the wine. Our artists will be, our featured artist is Antonio Allen, but we have a few other musicians coming, and this event will actually benefit Campbellton Road's West Quarter CDC. So please join us this Saturday at our Princeton Lakes location. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Boone? No. Let me just add a couple of quick things. One, former President Jimmy Carter turned 99 years old yesterday. An incredible life, and just want to send he and his entire family a very happy birthday. And then just want to remind everybody, though, Councilor Juan made a paper that the Pride Festival will actually happen before we come back. So just to remind everybody that Pride is happening a week from Sunday. We hope to see everybody out there. And with that, we will call the closing roll. Madam Clerk.
Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Council members Michael Bond. Here. Matt Westmoreland. Keisha Shawn Waits. Jason Winston. Here. Amir Faroki. Byron Amos. Here. Jason Dozier. Bakhtiari. Alex Wan, Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, and Antonio Lewis.
Without objection, we will stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone.